been in the news a lot today.
How are you?
I'm good, and
I
you?
appreciate all the difficulties. Yes, and you are achieving that. You are achieving that. By the way, I stopped in at the Lakes Library yesterday, and I like the carpet choice. I like the squares, I like them very much. I like the color of the walls. I can't wait till the bathrooms are done. I didn't realize that they'd be closed for 3 weeks. Wow. But that's the floors
So
of the
you're all set
bathroom.
for the football season? Or do you care?
That was amazing.
No Ken.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a mess.
Yeah.
Elaine.
My husband and I were just walked in.
I'm missing Elaine.
So I have something to talk about.
That's it.
Yeah, that was a surprise. We taped it.
Yeah,
She's usually here.
he knows what he's doing. Yeah. You can always beg for him to give you extra time.
Who do you,
Sooner fan. My husband.
Okay, appreciate all you do.
Boomer Sooner?
Yeah, through and through. He teaches at Inverness Middle School Civics,
Okay.
and his whole classroom is covered. And he said someone came in today, and his cousin is the pitcher for the girls softball for the Cowboys. And he's like, "Where's the Cowboy stuff?" He goes, "Not in this room. That's my rival."
Yeah.
Yeah, and no Longhorns either. So that was pretty fun.
We're Notre Dame.
Oh, are you?
And my buddy went
How are you?
10 years ago.
Battling a little head cold thing, but I'm okay.
I've been working
Did
to
you?
figure out a date.
Yeah, my dad had that about 3 weeks ago.
Ada, just where the college was. Just on the reservation. My husband was a teacher on the reservation.
We
In a couple
came back from
But he's
Dominican
from
Republic,
Yes, we
Fisher
were supposed to host.
the east.
and
Go across the border from their house, like the
while I was
road
there,
is right there, and on the other side
I
is
got sick with the Dominican dance.
So, yeah, and he went to his first semester where he dual enrolled at Razorbacks.
Wonderful time, you know, we was all mission work.
Was he there when Lucas was there?
Yes, yeah, yeah, and that's why I said, you know, there's two questions that
Phenomenal.
is they have to have went to Oklahoma University. And he's like, "That's funny, I like that one, Laura." And I said, "Well, go back and look at how many of them were."
Is that a whole
All
slide?
right, good morning. I'm going to call this meeting to order. First, we're going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would, please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so roll call. Mrs. Lenora Nelson. Sorry, Mr. Bramlett over there. I skipped.
Present.
All right. Justin Strickland, I believe present for the time being. Miss Edith Ramlow.
Hello.
Mrs. Lorraine Benefield.
Hello, good morning.
Mr. Burke Reagan.
Morning.
Morning. Lane Clyde is absent at the moment. Ken Jones is absent. Mary Elaine Ebbets. Ebbets.
Good morning.
Here. All right. Thank you so much. And we will get started. First thing we need to do, and just a reminder, the June meeting was not an official meeting. And I'll just say this. First off, I apologize to the board and to the public. That actually was a meeting apparently that we should not have continued with. We felt that it was appropriate because the amount of people that were here to give you all an opportunity to go ahead and speak. But apparently that was not appropriate, so that is I apologize. And if you'll give us a little bit of grace, we'll get through some of those little quirks. All right. So we actually have to read the minutes of April's meeting, not June's. So or not read the minutes, I apologize. We have to approve the minutes of April's meeting. So everyone have an opportunity to approve, or to read over that, to check over that. We all good? Any suggestions, changes, anything we need to make? No? All right. Hearing that everybody is in agreement, we'll go ahead and make a motion to approve those minutes. Do I have a second?
I make a motion to approve them.
I second that motion.
All right, all in favor? Aye. All right, minutes are approved. All right, so the next thing I'm going to ask is, we do have some, before we get into new business, and this is a suggestion to the board, we have a couple presentations, and one item on here that is very important logistically, and I think it would be appropriate, prudent, if you will, that we move those to the beginning of the meeting before we get into public input, as well as some of the other items on the agenda. We have a lot of extensive items on the agenda, so we do want to get to them all. We want to make sure that we do our due diligence to hear them through, and we want to make sure that every person here that would like to speak speaks today. So that being said, I would like to make a motion to move the FLA awards presentation, the NACO awards presentation, and the approval of the proposed 2025 Special Library District Advisory Board meetings to the beginning of business in that order. So we obviously would have to go through each item, and then I believe the only thing that would require an approval of the board is the board meetings for 2025. If that's okay, I'd like a second.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Aye. All right, any opposed? All right, let's do. So beginning with the FLA awards presentation.
All right. Thank you, Chair. All right. So this past May, Citrus Libraries was honored to be part of 2 state awards given by the Florida Library Association. And I just thought it important to, it's been before the county commissioners already as far as this award presentation, but I thought it also important to bring it before you all as well to further highlight some of the amazing work that's being done in our libraries and through different partnerships. So the first award that our library was part of was for Outstanding Citizen, and this was awarded to Debbie Savage with Coping with Dementia. So I just want to read just a brief portion of her award and just a little bit about Debbie. So Debbie stands as a beacon of unwavering dedication. Her tireless commitment to assisting those affected by dementia and Alzheimer's disease in Citrus County and beyond, coupled with her compassionate care and support for families and caregivers, is nothing short of remarkable. For well over a decade, Debbie has collaborated with libraries in Citrus County. She has provided hundreds of hours of training and support at no cost. Our library staff all attend her workshops, and our libraries are dementia-friendly sites. Debbie has also hosted numerous workshops around the state. She facilitates workshops and support groups both in person and virtually. Debbie's unwavering dedication inspires hope, resilience, and a profound sense of purpose to everyone fortunate enough to cross her path.
All right, thank you. Is Debbie coming up here?
Yep.
Okay.
Want to do a photo?
Yes, sure, absolutely.
Yes. And as Debbie's come up, I also just want to say, Debbie, I can't thank you enough for all the years of service that you've provided to our community. You enrich the community's lives, and you're just there as a helpful resource and supporting everyone. So thank you.
Yes, very much.
I don't know that you want me up there. Everybody will think it's J.D. Vance anyways. All right. All right. Thank you so much.
All right, and then the other award that we were part of for the Florida Library Association's awards was the Library Web Presence Award. And this one was entirely staff-driven. So the Citrus County Library System website was meticulously created by an in-house web development team, comprised of staff members with experience in web design and marketing. This dedicated team worked tirelessly to design, test, and create the new Citrus Library's website. The new website officially launched in August 2021. The website follows best practices and has a user-friendly approach. It streamlines access for the public and staff, offering news, community information, and resources all at the click of a button. And we have Vicki Leon here. She's our digital services librarian. And then Taylor Kieran was also part of our website team as the public relations coordinator. So that covers the two Florida Library Association awards. And then the other two, we don't have a kind of a guest in the audience for these other two, so I'll just read them out just so you guys are aware. And we do have a couple slides to go through. So the Citrus County Library System was also fortunate enough to be awarded 2 of the National Association of County Awards. These are state awards for best practices for programs and services within libraries and other kind of government function. So the first one you'll see a little bit on the screen here is Citizenship at Your Library. This is a program developed by the Citrus County Library System in response to a need identified during the library's Everyday English class in 2021. While these programs have roots as far back as 2008, the updated structure fills the need for free classes to assist individuals in passing the naturalization interview process and becoming United States citizens. Citizenship toolkits and a comprehensive curriculum were developed to prepare learners for the interview process and provide instruction on civics. So that was our first one there, and you can see on the left there is one of our toolkits that was created, and then on the right there is a class where several patrons are participating in learning U.S. civics. And
Very cool.
And then our last award for through NACO was Fossil Programs at Your Library. And up on the screen, you'll see several different pictures of some interactive displays and programs for all ages that have been hosted throughout our libraries. And the Citrus County Library System collaborates with the Science Education Training and Support Foundation, as we call SETS, to deliver interactive science programming focused on fossils and prehistoric life to children and families in Citrus County. These monthly programs are held in various libraries across the county and offer hands-on experience for kids to excavate and identify fossils with the guidance of library staff and trained experts.
All right. All right. That brings us to the next item on the agenda. Just to give Member Clyde, we moved a couple items forward. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to move to the approval of the proposed 2025 Special Library District Advisory Board meeting dates, and the dates, man, I did have the dates. Where are the dates? Do we have the dates here? Just if,
It should be the last page of your agenda.
okay, I'm missing it on the one that I have here. How about I take the one you provided?
Right here. The third page.
Got it. All right, so the dates that are as read, February the 25th, 2025. All of the locations, of course, are right here in this room, this building. April the 22nd of 2025, June the 24th of 2025, August the 26th of 2025, October the 28th of 2025, and December the 9th of 2025. Do I have a motion to adopt? Right?
Second.
Second, all in favor? Aye. All right. You have it. Okay, so next we're going to move to open to the public. And let me just give a few reminders. I guess you would call them gentle reminders, but not so gentle. Please follow them. So, of course, every speaker will have the opportunity to speak. You do need to make sure that you fill out a green card over here and hand it to Miss Taylor, and she will get you set up. Please do that before you get up here to speak. The next thing is every member will have 3 minutes to speak. And as soon as the time expires, I will inform you that your time has expired. Please cease to speak any further at that time. There will be a couple other items on here, I believe, that will give you a little bit of time to speak if you like. But for the most part, this public input, make sure you keep it at 3 minutes. And then the other is make sure you remain, and I'm going to use a term that's familiar with my Southern gentleman, I guess, background. Make sure you're cordial with one another. Make sure all comments are directed. In fact, not, typically I say to the board, but the actual appropriate phrase would be towards the chair. I accepted the appointment, and so it's my duty to receive all of that criticism. Trust me, I am great at, holding true to my security as to whether those attacks are personal or not. I've learned to let it roll off your back. So I can handle it. So make sure all of them are directed directly towards me. Please don't direct library staff. Please do not direct your comments towards the public, the audience. Please do not direct your comment to the other board members. Direct them directly to me, and everything will be good. In addition, I do ask that there's no heckling comments, cheap shots from the audience, no applause, please. We feel it's appropriate to maintain decorum here. So just continue on, make your peace, and go ahead and practice your American right of free speech. And then when you sit down, we'll make the determination whether it was intelligent or not. All right? Thank you so much. Do I have a first speaker?
Mr. Chair. My name is Diane Mon. I live in southeast Inverness in the county. And I have been meaning to come for a while because I moved here about 1.5 years ago, back to Florida. And I was immediately struck. I was so impressed with my library, Lake Region Library. I was actually blown away. And it meets all of my needs. Everyone seems to be doing a great job. Staff, and I guess by inference, this board. And so I want to thank you all for the work you do. I have one caveat. I was very disappointed in your decision to leave the ALA because I believe it is an invaluable professional resource to our libraries and staff. But as I said, aside from that, bravo.
Thank you. The term is a blind hog finds an acorn every once in a while. And we are doing just that.
Due diligence.
Good morning. My name is Timothy Gilbert, and I'm from Inverness. I had a speech read out, and I was going to read it today, but the body language of some have made me change my mind. Mr. Chair, I'm going to keep this directed at you. I'm a husband. I'm a father. I have a 5-year-old daughter who I love more than anyone in this room. I don't feel like this lab is protecting her. I'm going to say that again. I do not feel like this lab is protecting her. If I go to the library of my daughters, I shouldn't have grown men staring at my daughter, finding out what book she wants to look at or what I want her to read. You are enabling this behavior. So now I'm a cybersecurity expert by day. Here's what bothers me. Last meeting, someone came to this public podium and they said they attempted to load pornography on a school or a library computer to see if they were able to. Oh my God. Am I allowed to pen test the security here at the county and just say, in the name of security, it's fine? No, it would be illegal. You would call the sheriff's office on me in a heartbeat and say, I just tried to hack into the system, right? So why was that allowed? No one blinked an eye on this lab when that comment was made. Not one. Not one eye was blinked. Tell me why I shouldn't be bothered as a parent about that comment. Please, I'm begging you. Why should I not be bothered? All right, I'll wait for the end. However, I have to go back to work now, but I'm telling you, I'm a father, I'm a taxpayer, I'm a citizen, I'm a veteran. I have my DD 214 image in my pocket if anyone wants to question it. This is not right. This is not right that a grown man can sit there and be bored with no children and no wife and tell us how to live in our county. And Mr. VP pick coming up, right? JD Vance, I believe his name was. Didn't he just say that people without children aren't dedicating themselves to the county or the future of America? Keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. All right, next. I would assume we have another. Is that? Yeah, okay. I thought we were going to get off with that. All right.
No, she has.
I timed my speech at 4 minutes thinking that there was 5, so I'm going to read a little quick. Hi, my name is Caitlin Rivers. I'm an occupational therapist. In addition to my Master of Occupational Therapist, I also hold a Bachelor of Health Sciences and a minor in psychology. I did both my capstone and my thesis on brain development and disorder, as well as a concentration in neuropsych for advancing brain training and retraining through a variety of teaching methods. I am standing before you today as both a concerned citizen and professional. The Citrus County Library System is a fantastic resource for an immense and diverse population. When I first moved to Inverness, I was elated to see such a broad spectrum in place, and the resources have continued to grow each year. A healthy public library serves just that, the public, and in doing so reaches populations that are at risk or in a minority, as well as the greater community at large. The Seed Library is a perfect example. It offers a display to allow people who might not otherwise be able to acquire seeds to obtain them, and the display is tidy and informative. The resource is not something everyone would want to take part in, but for those who use it, it is invaluable. I bring this up because there has recently been a deliberate assault on the LGBTQ books in the children's and young adult sections of the library. It is quite commonly known that at this point that a list of books were pulled for review because of a request of a single patron. 2 of those books were removed, 1 has gone missing. While I am aware that some are still under review and that some have been moved to an adult section, I would like to address a couple points quickly. Very quickly. First, there is a target on an already marginalized population, specifically LGBTQ youth. Suicide is the second highest cause of death in 10 to 12-year-olds, and LGBTQ children are 4 times more likely to attempt suicide in situations where they are negatively reflected within their homes and or communities. 14 to 24-year-olds are 8 times more likely to commit suicide if their community does not have resources available for them or reflects them negatively. Girls need books with girls showing positive role models. People of color need books showing positive role models, and so do LGBT kids. There has been much talk about sex and pornography. I believe there is some confusion that gay sex is pornographic by its nature and that teen books do not include sex-positive images. I am certainly not saying that a 10-year-old is reading sexually explicit books, but a 16 or 17-year-old brain has a much different than a 10-year-old. You have a fantastic alternative at your arsenal when dealing with mature themes in books. Simply move them to the adult section and let parents decide whether to restrict their children from checking them out. Second, there was much made of the Pride display at the library in recent past. I feel it is extremely important that libraries share their place in education in the community and celebrate authors and history within pertinent timeframes, such as Women's History and, yes, Pride Month. Again, LGBTQ is singly marginalized by those who are complaining about displays. James Baldwin, Virginia Woolf, Stonewall Inn, etc. are important issues. A tactful display that offers insight might help people in the community that are less aware be LGBT history become more familiar and removing
Thank
such.
you, ma'am. Your time has expired.
I'm sorry, sir.
That's okay.
Hi, my name is Gil Phelan from Lecanto. I'm going to repeat a couple things from last time since most of you weren't here. Books are to be judged under educational appropriateness. All this talk about the banning, what does ban mean? Well, it's really simple. It means to prohibit. Do you know what's prohibited? Beluga caviar. We protect sturgeons. Cuban cigars. We protect against communism. Lawn darts. We protect stupid people from themselves. Do you know that we already banned children's books? In 2008, the Consumer Product Safety Improvement Act banned children's books printed before 1985 because there may be lead in the ink. At least they were trying to protect children, right? Now we have our library directors purchasing porn to give to our children, like the book Jack of Hearts. You know, it's teaching our children how to have queer anal sex. Not only that, it teaches them how they can clean their butts out so the sex is not too stinky. Thank you, library directors. These books are very appropriate educationally. And we have adults coming to these meetings telling us that our children are being robbed of their freedom. I don't know if these people are imbeciles or perverts or maybe both. I don't know. They are certainly enemies of our children. What you're doing with this queer and fake gender garbage is you're hijacking our children's prime time of identity formation. You rope them in with bright colors and rainbows and unicorns, only to feed them disgusting, perverted thoughts. You know, we stopped paying the ALA, but yet we continue to follow their perverted guidelines. When I asked how these garbage books were selected, I was told that they're following what's called the best practice. What a sick joke that is. You know, I FOIA'd who is responsible for purchasing these books. It's the past and present library directors. You know, if these heads of the library would sit down with these kids and discuss what's in the books that they bought for them, they'd be arrested, okay? I agree with Commissioner Finnegan, and whoever bought these books should be disciplined. To me, both heads of the library should be fired for providing porn to our children. I think you could even have an argument that they could be charged with criminal negligence for endangerment to a child. It's time to disassociate our library from every perverted practice of the ALA and have the backbone to do what's right for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phelan.
I'm Susan Pellegrino, a retired educator from Hernando. Library displays are a kind of marketing plan. They are near the entrance to the library to entice patrons to pick up books or to learn about books in the library they might never come across. Now you're talking about eliminating the June Pride Month display because some members of the community might find it offensive. According to the Library of Congress, the purpose of Pride Month is to recognize the impact that lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender individuals have had on history locally, nationally, and internationally. Its intention is to educate the community on issues related to those who identify as LGBTQ+. And what about the large percentage of those in the community who identify as LGBTQ+? Don't they deserve to see the library as welcoming to them? Do you want to send the message to LGBTQ+ youth that they don't have a place in our community? Whether you are personally welcoming to them is your business. The public library serves the public. Not having a Pride Month display is another assault on that part of the community. It's a form of bullying directed towards a group that is constantly on the receiving end of persecution for their mere existence. Teens need to be able to find books that are just right for them. Being able to find the right book could very much be life-saving. So not only do these books need to be a part of a Pride Month display, but they need to remain in the library. Those of you who are here to encourage the challenging and banning of books appear to be trying to limit future generations from living lives more fulfilling than yours. Maybe if everyone felt welcome and that they had a place in Citrus County, maybe we'd all have a better life and be a whole lot happier. I recently read a book called Lula Dean's Little Library of Banned Books by Kirsten Miller. There are 3 copies and an ebook version of that book in the library if you'd like to check it out. I'm going to end with a great quote from that book. It's hard to believe we live in a world where parents let their kids beat sex workers and Grand Theft Auto and then worry that a graphic novel about a non-binary person is going to screw them up. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I'm just one of those perverts indoctrinating children today. Can you grab that one? Thank you.
Oh, no.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alicia McBratney. My husband and I both live in Inverness. I'm here today to address the historical aspect of what I'm hearing in a lot of the narratives. The idea that books make kids gay. Books indoctrinate children. Books cause teens and kids to be groomed, right? This idea that having a book available to a teenager who has concerns about who they are authentically, who they are, not who anybody else told them they are, does not have access to literature that helps them navigate that very difficult and very frightening time. There's been other people who have talked about the amount of suicide that occurs, not just in our LGBTQ plus teens, but just kids overall. They feel isolated, and books, literature written by people who have been through those things, it helps them to know that it's not always gonna be like this, and they just need to keep going and find out who they really are and be okay with that. So we talk about the woke mob. This is a picture from my family. I'll show everybody.
Ma'am, please address me.
That young man, my great uncle Fred, this picture was taken in 1939. He was gay his entire life. Where was the woke mob that indoctrinated that kid? There wasn't one. And her brother was gay too. My great aunt Selma, her brother David was gay his entire life. So this idea that modern liberals are perverts, are creating some kind of culture that is attacking children is just historically a false narrative. We need to make sure that kids feel safe. Leia, you good? Go to break. We need to make sure that kids are able to find literature that echoes their lived experiences. This isn't about what we as adults want kids to believe. If they don't get it at the library in literature that's written for them, they're gonna find it on the internet. Do you want these kids to go online to TikTok and Facebook and YouTube? And those are the only access, the only examples of what it means to be a healthy, happy, authentic person that lives safely and in a satisfied and healthy way in their world. This is what the library needs to allow these kids to do.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thanks.
None of that. Next.
Morning. My name is April Winook, and I'm from Hernando County. I've been following this along. One of the things that we're here for today is to be updated about the review of some of the books that the library had agreed to look at. And what I found out from my investigations was these books really don't affirm just sexuality. They actually show you, it's almost like it shows you how to start a relationship, but it literally turns into smut. Just like you would read a heterosexual pornography. Neither would you want your children reading that either. We are here today to come against these books. They do no good to our children. It's to be in any part of the library. I resent that my taxes are going towards this kind of pornography. If it was heterosexual, I would be against it as well. I had gotten information from this group called Gays Against Grooming, and they worded very intelligently why they were opposed to this grooming that's been going on at America's libraries. One of the things they say is school is not the place for underage children to be bombarded with information that could exacerbate their natural inner turmoil. Growing up is hard enough as it is We do not believe that they should be exposed to and pressured into contemplating ideologies that prioritize sexuality and identity above real-world skills. Children need to be focused on learning pragmatic skills like math, how to be a good friend, setting boundaries, basic communication. When children are exposed to overly sexual material too soon, it can cause behavioral issues that lead them to dangerous situations. They really need, at this time, to be taught to love themselves. They don't need to be getting all this information to add more confusion to their lives. I really feel very strongly that it's just common, natural sense to give the very best education to our children that will help give quality to everything that that child should be getting. This smut does not do that for any child. We need to protect them. That is a priority. And one of the books that I did look at, it's called Here's to Us. It's disgusting. So please really think about the minds and souls of our children. If they want to get into this when they're 18 and up, that's when they have the maturity to make those decisions.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time has expired.
Good morning. My name is Dakota. I identify as LGBTQIA+, and I'm a local barber, and I also own a candle brand. I'm here today because I believe in the fundamental importance of our library as a place for everyone in the community, no exceptions. I'm also here because I've seen so much progress made in the movement for equality amongst all Americans since I was born in 1990, and I will uphold my responsibilities as an American to make that progress, to make sure that progress is not diminished in any type of way. I would also like to add that 32 to 50% of teen and young adult transgender and queer youth today have attempted unaliving themselves. Studies show that 82% of them have considered it. The titles found in the library system give the LGBTQIA+ community a sense of being heard and seen in a world that they may not be receiving it, especially young adults. Our library serves as a critical role in providing access to a diverse range of books and ideas, and I am deeply concerned by the recent attempts to ban certain titles. Let me be clear, book banning has no place in a free society. The First Amendment guarantees us the right to access of information and to express our ideas, even those that might make some feel uncomfortable. We should not allow the personal preferences of a few people to dictate what is available in the entire community. This is America. To those who are pushing for the books to be removed, I would say this. You have every right to decide what your children read, but that's where your rights end. You do not have the right to impose your views on everyone else's children. Our library already has a very simple policy in place, policy number 12, that explicitly states parents need to monitor what their children read. If you are not willing to take responsibility for what your children have access to, that's on you, not the library, and certainly not the rest of us. This library is meant to serve everyone, and that means there will be books on the shelves that reflect different experiences, perspectives, and beliefs. The idea that a few individuals can come in here and decide what's appropriate for everyone is not just offensive, it's dangerous. It undermines the very purpose of the library and the values of inclusivity and intellectual freedom that it stands for. So I urge the board to stand firm and refuse to give in to those censorship demands. Let's keep our library a place where all voices can be heard, not just the loudest or the most fearful ones. Thank you.
No, nope. I know it's hard. You can compliment him on Facebook if that's what you want to do, or after the meeting, but we've got something to do today.
My name is Joanne Walker. I live in Inverness. I'm a retired medical and psychiatric social worker. Most of my time was spent dealing with suicidal and other mental illness situations in emergency departments of regular hospitals and in psychiatric hospitals. My concern is twofold. One is that we are granted as Americans to have access to what is available for us to read and learn from. Allowing individuals to counteract that and act as self-appointed guardians of our children or ourselves in our reading is inappropriate and unacceptable. From the professional point of view, I cannot tell you without causing emotional damage what I have seen in emergency departments and psychiatric facilities of young people and adults who were not accepted for who they are and felt they had no choice and no resources and no one to accept and love them. Those images will be burned into my brain until I die. A 15-year-old shooting himself in front of his family after being told that he was no longer accepted as part of his family, and watching his family disintegrate in the neuro ICU while they blamed each other instead of loving him. There are many more examples of that I have seen in my 40-plus years working in that environment. The library's option to provide educational services to those kids is invaluable. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Matthew Suzuki. I live in Inverness, and I've been gay for 67 years. I still have a heavy heart when I hear people that do not have a clue what's in another person's heart or mind. I was born gay. I'm on the path God set me on. I don't judge other people, and I don't take it upon myself to decide what other people should think. Banning books is the beginning. That's what Nazi Germany did. And then they burned them. And then they shunned people. And then they murdered them. All for an ideal that is counterproductive, negative, and affects, as you heard, all of society. Family members, people who you don't feel are vested. We are all vested in each other. And to say that what I believe is what you should believe, or there's something wrong with you. There's a minister in the country somewhere that feels all homosexuals should be killed. Well, I can't even wrap my mind around that kind of thought process. And it's a slippery slope that continues. Thank goodness Nazi Germany was stopped before they destroyed possibly the entire world. And any hatred is negative, counterproductive, and doesn't help society. People are who they are, and you show who you are when you belittle them, degrade them, and tell them there is something wrong with them. Because I hate to tell you, when you tell someone else that is being their authentic self that there's something wrong with them, look in the mirror, because there's really something wrong with you.
Thank you. Next.
Yeah, hello, my name is Dean Bales. I live in Homosassa Springs, and I'm going to tell you something that these great defenders of free speech don't want you to know. Boy, there's so much of it, I don't know where to begin, but okay, the pornography, homosexual pornography specifically, if you look at the chronology in history, you didn't have this serial killer phenomenon that occurred prior to it. And whenever they catch a serial killer, it's always, without fail, a sexual deviant, heterosexual or homosexual. Like, Ted Bundy was heterosexual, but he was into necrophilia. But they always find a big stash of what the Chronicle calls intellectual freedom in their custody. Like, for instance, John Wayne Gacy, the serial killer, he was married to a woman, and she found a homosexual porno magazine in his secret stash, and then she divorced him when she found out what his true authentic self was, as they call it. You don't hear that. You don't hear any of that. It's been censored by the people who talk so much about how we ought to have access to all information. You look at the chronology of history also, and if you ask a very aged person, when you were a child, were you warned to beware of strangers? And the answer I found was no, but there was a certain point in time where, as pornography and other, people came out of the closet as their true authentic selves, as they call it, started wreaking havoc. And I myself had a couple incidences when I was a kid where a man tried to, in one case he was posing as a cop, tried to get me into his car, claiming that throwing dirt clods at a friend of mine was an unarrestable offense, and he tried to get me into his ordinary station wagon dressed in plain clothes and didn't have the mannerism of a cop, and I knew better. My mom warned me, don't get in the car with a stranger. And I remembered that, and I knew this guy just gave off a foul stench of illegitimacy. They try to pose as something they aren't. Like these people are trying to pose as free speech advocates when we know they aren't. So much of what they censor is things they don't want you to know, for it would be damaging if the truth got out. And so they pose as liberals when they are actually extremely illiberal, and they sure aren't conservatives. They can surround themselves with enough children and such, and they give off the foul stench of illegitimacy. And you can't put every book on the shelf. Everybody's going to censor something. To choose one book means you have to reject 1,000 other books, because those libraries are only so big. You can only put so much information in them, so many books. And, just...
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Okay, thanks.
Next.
Hello, my name is Nena Osorio, and I'm a resident of Homosassa. I stand before you today as a proud parent, 2 of them which belong to the LGBTQIA+ community. I am also a firm believer in the power of free and open access to information. I'm here to address a threat that has been looming over our community and seeks to undermine the very principles upon which our libraries are founded. The threat is censorship. At its core, this issue is not about protecting kids, it's about discrimination, plain and simple. It's about a small but vocal group attempting to force narrow worldviews in our entire community. This group, led by Mr. Labriola, has made its agenda clear through its attacks on Pride Month displays and its demand for the removal of targeted list of books. But our kids do not need to be sheltered from diversity of human experience. They need guidance, but they also need to see themselves reflected in the stories they read. They need to understand that the world is a complex and multifaceted place full of different cultures, identities, and perspectives. By removing displays and banning books, we are not protecting them. We are denying them the opportunity to grow and think for themselves. Mr. Labriola has no children of his own, so I ask, why is he so concerned with how we raise our children? Does he truly believe that the parents in this community are incapable of guiding our own children? And what is he doing spending time in the children's section of the libraries anyways? These are the questions we need to be asking. Censorship is about control. It's about taking the personal freedoms of the many and handing the power to the few. But our libraries are supposed to be champions of freedom, not tools of oppression. The AASL and the Library of Bill of Rights are clear. Materials should not be perversed or removed due to partisan or doctrinal disapproval. Libraries have a responsibility to provide information and enlightenment, not to cater to the agendas of those who would seek to divide us. It is the very right of every parent to guide their child's reading according to their own values. By banning books, we are not protecting kids. We are denying them access to the knowledge they need to navigate this world, and we are setting a dangerous precedent. I want to remind you all, Mr. Labriola was fired from his position in South Florida for spewing the same hateful rhetoric you hear from him today, and every other day he comes into public view. Real Christians, those who truly follow the teachings from their faith, would not be spreading hate and promoting phobias, but instead promoting love, acceptance, and understanding. I urge you to stand against censorship, to remember that your duty is to all people of Citrus County, to uphold the principles of intellectual freedom upon which our libraries are founded. Because in the end, this is what it's all about, our kids and the kind of world we want to leave them in. Thank you.
Next.
My name is Ray Kolofsky. I live in Citrus County. Minor attracted adults. That's another word for pedophiles. They change words. Right now, the way the gay community is touting itself, that they are marginalized, well, there's a reason for it. Let me tell you this. I, as a Christian, have the right to fight for what I believe in. I believe that Jesus Christ said that homosexuality is a sin. You could love the person, but you hate the sin. And you people, as part of the legislatures, the church was given the responsibility to be the conscience of the state. A man that once said that was put to death by Adolf Hitler because he was touting the evils of Nazism. I'm not saying that I don't love these people, I do. What they do on their own time and behind closed doors is different. I was in the entertainment business years ago. I was around a lot of gay people. They were nice, they were cordial, they knew what I was, but I knew how they were, and they knew I knew how they were. And they didn't care. They said, I know I'm to sin, but this is the way I am, and this is it. They weren't promoting that over the nuclear family. I have friends that have children that are gay, but they love those children. But they try to promote those children to say, God does not like the sin. If you keep on sinning, it goes against the laws of nature, of morality, and everything that this country has stood for. A lot of these gay people do not believe in God, because if they did, they wouldn't keep on doing and promoting this as normal. Minor attracted adults, pedophiles, that's part of the trans, the LGBT, whatever kind of alphabet you want to put in there. But this is an abomination, and this country is going down a moral cave that will see no light if we don't speak up. And the church is responsible because they have been sitting quietly for a long time.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Just a gentle reminder, please, crowd, keep your comments, laughters, cheers, whatever, to yourself. I know it's hard. I understand. I promise you it's hard for us up here when we see some of your facial expressions not to laugh up here. But retain your integrity, and it's okay. Let everybody speak, okay?
Hi, I'm Samantha Carter, and I'm from Inverness. I wasn't planning on being here, but I'm a 20-year resident of Citrus County, never felt the need that I had to address the board before, but I think I also represent a lot of the county that you as a board are responsible for, and that those are the busy working people who are too busy to be here and making it to meetings. I'm gonna run out of here and go pay my company payroll right after this, but I feel like I have to say something. In the 20 years I've lived in Citrus County, the one thing I can say is your libraries are fantastic. Your staff is amazing. I also recognize a lot of your staff was raised here, which is fantastic. They're educated. They know their community. However, in the last 3 years, it's been very alarming to see the amount of your time that has been spent, I guess, not leading in what I think is a very politicized agenda. I like Mr. Labriola, I don't have children, but I think paying taxes is so patriotic. I want my public schools to be quality. I want my roads maintained. I want my fellow citizens who have decided to go to college, get educated, and be my librarians to be treated with the respect that they so deserve. And quite frankly, I am afraid that my taxpayer dollars are being wasted catering to the agenda of an element that is very politicized, very inspired by a national politicized agenda, and you're not protecting my public libraries, my public schools that are there for the least of these that don't have parents, that are helicopter parents, that give them cell phones. They deserve to know the world. And again, thank you so much for the quality of staff that you have. I wish these meetings were spent elevating that message and not stuck in this strange environment that you have the power to control and lead on. So thank you so much for serving our community. Thank you. And I'm going to go pay my staff. Thank you, everybody.
Excuse me, what was your name? I did not
Sure,
get-
it's Samantha Carter.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Dennis Peretz. I'm a full-time resident of Citrus County, not a paid lobbyist or part-time resident. I am a member of a diverse community and want my library to reflect that. I have been attending these board meetings for a while now. I've listened to the speakers that prefer banning, but they don't seem to care about the library's reports and updates. They get up and leave when Mr. Chang starts speaking or during his updates. I see that every time. Do they really care for the library and what the community wants or needs? I don't think so. Most of these so-called community members are puppets to a radical lobbyist group. When books and displays are banned, you are banning the right of free speech and the press. I am all for moving a book to an adult section. Banning of books and their displays restrict the intellectual and emotional growth of children and adults. It stifles critical thinking, emotional development, and empathy. Banning the book of Jack of Hearts, I feel, is just the start of book banning for our community library system. That should never, ever have been banned. Kids need guidance, not censure. Banning books is banning freedom. Book bans do not protect children. They limit learning. Banning books is canceling the rights of all patrons. In closing, I ask you to keep all community members in mind when you make your decisions on what is available to everyone, not a select few pushing their conservative ideals. My standards is one of acceptance and learning about all cultures, family ideals, religions, and history. please consider joining the American Library Association. And thank you for your time, Board. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Peretz. Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Board. My name is John Labriola from Inverness, and I just wanted to, first of all, get us back to what we're here for today. So a few months ago, a gentleman by the name of Mike O'Connell challenged 26 books. He put that list together. He's presented it to this board, and Commissioner Diana Finnegan got wind of it. She took excerpts from that book. She shared it with her colleagues on the county commission. It was Jack of Hearts. And she said, tell me if this isn't pornographic. The county commission said it definitely is. It was in the kids section, and that book was pulled. Now, these people are saying that that's terrible, that you need to have that available, because there was actually a gentleman that came to the Inverness City Council meeting a few weeks ago, and he said that removing that book from the library is going to cause kids to kill themselves. They actually said that removing a pornographic book from the library will cause a child to commit suicide. Think about how ridiculous that comment is. I mean, this is what these people actually are promoting pornography in the library. They're upset that a book that was pornographic, that the entire county commission said should not be in the library, was removed. So think about what they're here for. They're here to promote pornography to the children. Children's books should not be pornographic, but unfortunately, as you know, a lot of the publishers are pushing very woke agendas. They're pushing. If you go into any teen section of any library today, even in Citrus County, you'll see 3 topics dominate: LGBT, CRT, and witchcraft. I invite you to go. Just check out the teen section. That's what dominates the teen sections these days. So we're asking you to really change the way that you purchase books. Have a vetting process. Do something so you're not purchasing these pornographic novels. And another comment that was made was that, let me see. So somebody said that, sorry, I'm looking for my notes here. I can't find my notes, but anyway, what you're hearing here today is basically the narrative that the left is pushing, which is that when you remove a book, or when you don't purchase a book in the first place, you're banning them. These books are available anyway. They're available through the internet. They're available in bookstores. Let them go to a bookstore, but not with our tax dollars. When you use our tax dollars to promote an agenda, it's wrong. And the LGBT pride display was banned. Was removed. People said that would cause kids to commit suicide. I haven't seen any raft of suicides since the LGBT pride display was removed.
Thank you,
so
Mr.
that was
Labriola.
a good decision.
Time
Thank
has
you.
expired.
Hi, my name is Rick Matherson. I'm from Citrus County. I live in Hernando, and I agree with what he was just saying. And also, how there's a lot of people have been talking about banning of books. No, you have age-restricted sections for protection of minors. So you want to protect the minors, not to groom them. You don't have Playboys or Hustlers for minors, right? If I came home with a Hustler magazine, my mother would have freaked when I was a kid. I got it at the library. Also, they could talk about censorship. No, but again, it goes back to age appropriate. So it's the use of words. Words have meaning. So basically protect the kids. Maybe have an adult section only if the parents of whatever child they want them to read that particular type of literature, then the parent takes that upon themselves. So you don't have that in the main library section, and that's pretty much my spiel for today.
Thank you, sir. Ooh, 3 at once. Okay.
Hi, Gary McClintock from Hernando, Florida.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Gary McClintock. You know what? I grew up in the 60s. It was an innocent time. We weren't exposed to any of this stuff. Life was good. We played in the woods. We had stick guns. We made mud pies. Kids don't it's disappearing. I raised my kids in the 90s. The innocence was still there, but not so much. But I protected their innocence with everything I had. Now I got granddaughters. That innocence is a whole lot harder to protect. You know what? When I was a little boy, I found my dad's Playboy. I saw boobies. But that was so mild compared to what they see now. And I'm just asking you to help protect that. You know, I hear a lot of statistics. Statistics are in the eye of whoever wrote them. And book banning, bring back Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, please keep, anything like certain words out of your speech if you could. We get the point. And then just no comments from the crowd. Again, I heard a little bit in there, and I get it. It's hard, but please.
Good morning. My name is Bob Bass. I live here in Hernando. And I just looked at your own policies, 12 and 14, and it's just very interesting. I just want to read a couple of the sentences that are in there. It says, the library affirms the public's right of free access to a diverse and balanced spectrum of reading, listening, and viewing materials in a variety of current and emerging formats. Under the philosophy section, it says the library collection, taken as a whole, will be a diverse source of information, representing as many viewpoints as possible. The library as a tax-supported institution does not support any particular viewpoint. Further, it says, parents and legal guardians have the right and responsibility to guide and direct the reading, listening, and viewing choices of their own minor children and only their children. Parents or guardians who wish to limit or restrict the use of library materials by their own children should personally oversee their selections. Your own policies seem to be addressing exactly what everybody is discussing. Why not follow what your policies are? You also have, underneath displays, exhibits, and bulletin boards, policy 14. The library endeavors to include a wide spectrum of opinions and viewpoints in library-initiated displays and exhibits, as well as offering displays and exhibits that appeal to a range of ages, interests, and information needs. Further, it says the library staff will be mindful of age-appropriate locations in the library and mindful of the manner in which displays and exhibits are presented, as in keeping with the standards of the best practices of public libraries nationally, statewide, and regionally. Staff will make every effort to ensure that displays cover a diverse range of topics and are inclusive of the whole community. Why do we have to have such a large major debate over a policy that you already have in place? If you go to the grocery store and you walk down the aisle where the peanut butter is, and you don't like Jif peanut butter, but you like Skippy, you ignore the Jif and you buy the Skippy. Well, the same thing is here. If you're a parent, a guardian, a person who doesn't want to see this LGBTQ plus, then don't pay attention to it. This is your choice. Well, both sides have their choices. And I think that you as the library board should just follow, should follow what you already have in policy 12 and 14. You have a very tough job, but I think it can be very simplistic if you just follow what was in today's agenda on pages 39 to 46, I believe it was. Thank you very much for your time and have a very nice day.
Good morning. My name is Joanne Messina. I live in Hernando, and I've been a resident of Citrus County for 19 years. I want to thank the Library Advisory Board for their volunteer service to our community, and I thank the library staff for their professionalism. I'm a regular patron of the library. The First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution prohibits the government from making books or ideas unavailable based on content or expressed viewpoint. Courts have upheld that citizens' First Amendment right to receive information is vigorously enforced in the context of a public library. The courts have ruled that a public library is a limited forum, a limited public forum. And in a public forum, the government's ability to restrict First Amendment rights is extremely narrow. I find it perplexing that in the great state of Florida, which our governor calls the Freedom State, that some citizens seek to trample on the freedoms of others. Freedom means your religious beliefs dictate your behavior, not someone else's. Freedom means parents have the rights to choose what is right for their children, what books and materials they can read, not what is unilaterally available to others. Those who seek to restrict or ban books base their fears on alleged moralistic biases. They want to impose their views by repressing other viewpoints. That is not freedom. They fear what they don't understand. I strongly object to the removal of any books or materials from our public libraries. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Charlotte Todd. I live in Inverness. And I am just, this is so unbelievable how we are arguing over this. I grew up in the time where Sally, Dick, and Jane was the best book. I looked forward to going to school and reading it. We go to our libraries. We have the age-appropriate books that elate children into getting along with other people, finding out who you are. Do I like to play ball? Do I like to hopscotch? Do I like to jump rope? Very, very innocent things that these children need to find out to find themselves. They don't need pornographic books at the age of 7. I think it's the most unbelievable thing that they would be led to believe that this is okay. Because by the age of 10, I can take Sally Sue and do what this book says. No, you shouldn't even be knowing about this stuff. You should be innocent. Go out and play with the trucks if you're a girl. Play with the dolls if you're a boy. Who cares? Who cares? But they're not putting each other together and doing something that is so inappropriate for that age group. I can remember my childhood that was so happy going out and making the mud pies and putting the trucks through them. And why should I sit down and tell my granddaughter about how if you don't feel right in your body, you could do whatever you want? Which is okay, all right. If you want to do that, that's up to her parents, not me. I disagree with it. If age-appropriate books go with age-appropriate people, adults, if you want, have the books at the adult section. Why put it right in front of the door? There's kids that go on field trips to the library. They don't need to be subjected to this. I think that this is a very sad time. I was born and raised normally, I think, personally. My parents weren't gay. Do I know people that are gay? I love them. I love them. But they were age appropriate to make that decision. I don't think that I want my granddaughter being subjected to this type of behavior.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Anyone else?
Good morning,
Good
Board,
morning.
Chairman, Board, Mr. Director. My name is Mike O'Connell. I'm from Floral City. I read over the ALA's Freedom to Read statement from the Citrus County Library System's website, and I do have some questions. Obviously, you probably can't answer them now, but according to what I read, it seems like just about anything can be brought into the library. Very, very, very long and broad. So I'm wondering if, and I don't know, so I'm just going to ask. Playboy and Penthouse, I don't think that they would be banned, according to what I read. Or how about, I just thought of this one as I was driving in this morning, The Hobbyist's Guide to Bomb Making. I don't think that would be banned either, which I think that's kind of dangerous, especially nowadays. I didn't come with a statement, but I did take a lot of notes this morning, and there's something I thought of when one of the speakers mentioned her uncle in 1939. In 1983, a friend of mine confided in me that he was sexually abused by a man when he was a child. And tearfully, he told me, he said, I think I'm a homosexual. And I'm not saying that that necessarily is indicative of what causes this in a person, but I'm certain there is a link. So we know that homosexuality has been with us a long, long time. We hear about it from the Greeks and the Romans, but it's rising exponentially nowadays. And why is that? Someone said, an earlier speaker said, that books don't influence people. Well, I think that's like saying schools don't educate. I believe that it is books that children find these ideas in, and I've found that a lot of these books start out very innocently, very, a kid can pick it up and look through the first maybe 15, 20, 30 pages and think, oh, this book's kind of interesting. But as you go through the book, the material gets worse and worse and more graphic. So if a parent does the same thing, when the child says, hey, I want to check out this book, and they bring it to them, they just look through the first half of the book, they might not find things in there that seem all that bad, but it does get worse.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connell. Your time has expired. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Patty O'Connell, and I just wanted to say that the way that I see this is maybe old-fashioned, but the way my mother would think about it. We have laws against people looking into windows and watching people, and everybody is disgusted and grossed out by that. How could you look in people's window and see what they're privately doing? It seems to me now we're in an age where not only can we pay a fee or watch for free, but we want to bring little children to the window, and we want to let them see. And you say, it's just a book, it's just descriptions, it's just pictures, but you're taking that little child by the hand, and you're bringing them to that window, and you're letting them see and experience things that they should not see and experience. And we're thinking as adults it's okay, and it is wrong. I mean, I have a disgust for that. And I hope and pray that I never lose my disgust to keep children innocent. We do not have the right, because of an agenda of anyone, heterosexual, homosexual, whatever, to intervene with a child's innocence about sexuality. I don't care. You can do the emotional hostage. They're going to kill themselves. They need this reinforcement, blah, 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 blah. I don't believe it. They're innocent. And you need to read those books. My husband's been reading them, and they are shocking and disgusting. And I can't even, he's like, honey, look at this. I'm like, I don't want that filth in my brain. And you want to give that to the children? Why?
Ma'am, please address the chair.
Okay, the chair. Why? Why do the children need this? Please tell me how it makes them be better human beings to learn about sexuality when they're little tiny kids. How does it? Can the board tell me how being exposed to sexuality, homosexual, heterosexual, helps a child in their lives? Please tell me. Can anybody tell me? I don't know why you're letting these people bully you until you know what is right and wrong. You have to. You're adults. You are here to protect innocent children. That is your job. That is your life's purpose. That is all of our life's purpose, is to protect the innocent. And we have to step up to the plate. And I don't care how much they make fun of us, use this emotional hostage taking. I don't care. You're not getting the kids without us fussing. It's not going to happen. And we're not going to go away either. So you think a thorn in your side? And please, my husband has the library of all these books, and he's underlined, it's filth. It's disgusting. And I can't believe you read some of this stuff.
Please address the
Okay.
chair.
I can't believe that he said he's read these and reviewed them, because I've seen what's in them, and they're disgusting. So thank you all very much, but we're not going
Thank you.
away
Your time
either.
has expired.
Thank you.
Audience, please refrain from commenting, laughing, all of that other stuff, okay? Thank you.
My name is Louise Robinson. I live in Homosassa, and I've been a volunteer at the Homosassa Public Library since it opened on West Cardinal. Thank you very much for your service. I didn't come prepared to speak, okay? I would love for the library to reconsider rejoining the ALA. I am against censorship. I'm a wannabe librarian. I started a program a master's program in library science, but life intervened. I have a little anecdote. I have 2 cousins, twins, the last of 6 children of a farming family. They are fraternal twins. And my cousin Michael, heterosexual, married, 2 children, divorced, remarried. His brother, Daniel, homosexual, and has been with his partner for the last 40 years. All right? Books did not make Daniel who he is. Books do not create that. Homosexuality has existed since the beginning of time. It occurs in nature. Please be very careful about censoring books that help support those people who need the support for their identity and their mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Hurry up or I'll shut it down. All right.
Kathleen Tybus from Beverly Hills. I have been listening to both sides of the story. You people are, most of you college graduates, you are intelligent people. You have a heavy responsibility here, a very heavy responsibility. There are 2 sides of the coin. We don't like censorship. No, we don't. But there also is a responsibility to our children. I'm just trying to make this very short and simple. I don't want it to end on a note that anything goes, because it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. And it's not just Christian people who object to this agenda for our children. Many societies, most societies, do not approve of this, the LGBTQ agenda. And I'm just saying, please be careful. Do your homework. Do your homework. Anything that comes into the library should be checked. It should be you should make sure it's age appropriate or in the right place where it belongs. Human responsibility, just our responsibility to the next generation and to our community is a part of your job. So take it seriously and weigh it. I am a great-grandmother already, and I am concerned about what my children and my great-grandchildren especially will be facing in the future. And it breaks my heart to think of the possibilities. And I will add, I have a grandson who has trans. He's still a good guy. He has a daughter, and he's teaching her to be compassionate, but he is not teaching her his ideology necessarily. So she has confusion. She has a struggle there. And we do not pump her. We do not try to, we don't want to be disrespectful to her father. We want her to respect him, but we want her to know truth. And from our agenda, the truth comes from God's word. And that's where we stand. And we should not be ridiculed for that any more than we need to face this situation with compassion, and I think most of us do. But believe me, there is a lot of passion.
Thank you,
also
Mrs.
in
Hivas.
that.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Mr. Luke Perry.
James Joseph, Homosassa. I would like to briefly read something, if I may. After decades of debate, the Supreme Court in Miller v. California, 1973, established a definition of obscenity for criminal prosecution and other purposes. In a 5-4 opinion by Chief Justice Warren Burger, the court ruled that the trier of fact, usually a jury, must determine whether the average person applying contemporary community standards would find that the work taken as a whole appeals to the prurient interest, depicts, describes in a patently offensive way sexual conduct specifically defined by the applicable state law and lacks serious literary, artistic, political, and scientific value. The appeal to community standards in determining the first two prongs of the obscenity test and the assessment of the average person considering the work taken as a whole commented the court's rejection of Hicklin test. That test set out in the English case of Regina versus Hicklin, 1868, regulated expression by assessing the impact it might have on children or extremely sensitive adults. I think the key issue here is community standards. I am the grandfather of a trans. She was born as a girl and she is becoming a boy. But I think she would agree that some of the literary works that were described here in the last two meetings that I attended were just smut. And in terms of community standards, Citrus County is not, in my opinion, a community where smut ought to be in a public library. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. Anyone else?
Good morning. Robin Orlandi, Dunellen. And I just want to take a minute to thank all of you for your service, the time that you're given so freely to listen to the public, and also to thank our libraries and our librarians for the wonderful job they do in the community. These libraries, I've lived all over the East Coast and the Midwest. I'm a retired librarian myself from the Midwest, and the services provided here are excellent. It breaks my heart to hear so many attacks against providing reading material that addresses the needs of people from all walks of life, all backgrounds. When you're in the library, you see things that you don't share because it's private. But I can tell you that books like they're talking about, or other books, it's interesting to me that child abuse, violence, school shootings, none of that's been addressed. Books are a doorway through which young people and adults are able to, in a safe place, in a safe format that they can do privately because they don't want to be judged, that they can explore what they're encountering, what they're seeing, and then make an opinion based on what they've been taught, what they know. I find a great deal of mistrust of families, mistrust of teachers, library staff, and judging going on. And that hurts me that people have so much ill will towards their fellow man, and what I'm hearing in this group. But to work on something specific, I heard Mr. Labriola say that one man mounted this challenge of 25 books. I'd like to know where that list came from. Did he make that list up, or was it borrowed from a national group with an agenda to go after library books? Because I'm a taxpayer, and in reading about the reviews of the book, 3 staff members, 25 books. Let's say the average book, 5 to 10 hours to read. I ran some math. 25 books, 10 hours a book, 250 hours per reviewer. 3 reviewers, 750 hours. If you break that down into your 40-hour-a-week FTE, you're talking about 19 weeks. This is what our money is being spent on, is reviewing books that are in the library that are recommended because one person objected to them based on a list that he didn't make himself. And I'm watching Mr. Labriola walk through the audience and get his people to stand up and talk, and he's taking their pictures. Governor DeSantis passed HB 1285 to stop these type of challenges in school libraries. You now have to be a parent. You can only bring 1 book challenge a month because there's other work to be done with our funds and with our staff. I would highly recommend to all of you to pursue something like that, to scotch this push to simply censor.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Going once? Going. All right.
Hi, my name is Lisa McDonald. I'm from Citrus County. Books are to educate, to entertain. They don't change who you inherently are, who you inherently were born to be. Otherwise, I'd be wearing an Edwardian dress and calling myself Jane Austen. That's not what they do. I have a problem with this all being a governmental thing when it should be a parental thing. I don't tell somebody else how to parent. They shouldn't tell me how to parent. We are parents that wear these shirts not to brag. We wear these shirts to inform and educate and hopefully normalize so one day our kids won't be judged. Our kids won't be put in harm's way. They won't be called names. They won't be fearful of going in certain areas in Florida or anywhere in the United States where they know they'll be in danger. This is why we speak out. This is why there's such a thing as Pride Month, to help normalize and educate. I was once asked why there's not a straight month. It's because you don't have to be so fearful for your children as we do. Our kids are grown now, they have their own voices, but I still feel as an adult, I'm there as a parent. I'm there to guide them. When they were younger, I wish we had access to some books so that we could steer our son through some things. We didn't. He's older now. He's got the ability, though, now to do that moving forward. I think education is not a bad thing, and I think it's up to the parents, not anybody in government. The government needs to stay out of our damn business. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing there's no one else, I'm closing open to public. All right. I don't know about you all, but I could use a little break. You guys okay with a quick 5-minute recess? Okay, so 9:36 by my watch, we'll come right back to order, okay? I don't, yeah. Hey, Taylor. Oh, I have a mic. So we are past our time, so let's gather back here to order, okay? Seeing that we have all board members present from the beginning of this day, we are okay to begin. Okay, so we have closed, open to public, just kind of rounding out everything. We've closed, open to public. Now would be an appropriate time for the board members to speak as to any comments or whatever the case they would like to, if they'd like to comment on anything that was with regards to open to the public. First thing I would say is, number one, again, as chair, just to get this out there, I will not entertain any motions on anything that's not already listed on the agenda as old business or new business. So no motions. I will not entertain any of that. However, when we get to new business, old business, I think that's the appropriate time to make motions for certain things. But that being said, one comment I would like to make personally with regards to some of the speeches that were mentioned, we just had a lot of speeches, right? And I know some of them were very impassionate. Some of them were probably maybe cooler in the temperature, right? But overall, you all did pretty well, I would say. I just want to say thank you. This is what I love about democracy. You know, we can come in here and we can say that we disagree. We can make our opinions noted. We can provide facts and so on. And I just want to say thank you. You know, I watch TV sometimes and I see some people that in certain parliaments and different things, and they make their speeches and they end in a bunch of fist fights. And, you know, at least I don't feel like that's ever a problem here. I don't think we're ever in jeopardy of that. But just thank you all for that, maintaining decorum. You know, hey, every bit of we all have opinions, you know, and I realize that we all believe one way or another passionately about those opinions, and I just want to say thank you. There's one comment that was made, and it was made twice, so I feel like it's appropriate to talk about with regards to leaving the ALA. Again, and I just reiterate this, and I realize that, you know, this hasn't been publicized well by our certain newspaper in the county, but the county was never a member of the ALA. We, as the library, were not a member of the ALA. All we decided to do last year, in fact, in the last August meeting, was to remove the funding of the ALA membership for the director. That had been a common practice. That had been something that has been done for a numerous amount of years. I'm not sure, honestly, at the moment, I'm not privy to the information as to how long that practice was. But we decided that considering some of the controversy within the ALA, specifically with the current president at that time, that it would make sense as a county to remove that. As in addition, and this was one of my personal things, is, you know, this is going to sound arrogant. I don't mean that. I hope you understand. Trust me, I will totally degrade any type of ego I have in just a moment, I'm sure. Give me enough time. But I'm a budget hawk, if you will. You know, I believe that we should be spending our taxpayer dollars in certain places and not in certain places. And one of those was, you know, a personal membership to the director. I didn't see that was beneficial to the entire library system. Now, there's other things and there's other comments on that. I thought it would make sense to clarify that the county did not leave the ALA. We were not a member of the ALA. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. That's it for me. Anyone else?
Chair, may I interject a moment on that? I want to clear up for everybody because this gets you all sometimes in a little bit of not trouble, but there's a little bit of concern wrapped in this. You said that you made the decision to leave, to not do that. It's a recommendation.
Thank you,
Just so
Mr.
that's
Chang.
out there for everyone.
Because those words do matter. And actually, this board is an advisory board, library advisory board. We, in fact, make no binding decisions, if that makes sense, other than with regards to the funds that we disperse out of the family coalition. Anyways, you know what I mean. So we don't make binding decisions. We make recommendations, and those recommendations are, in fact, of course, to the director, but in fact, to the Citrus County Commission. Okay, we do have a voice. And that's not to say that they don't go along with some of the things that we recommend. However, we don't make the decision. We make a recommendation. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
So are we debating library, the policies that was brought up by the gentleman? Are we talking about these 20 books, so whether they should be shelved or what? Is that?
That's a good question. You certainly can make your statements known, but we are going to be debating Library 12 and 14 as we get to new business. That is on new business. So we are going to be addressing that. You're free to make statements on whatever, but as with regards to any recommendations as a board, you can obviously make personal recommendations, but as a board, we are not going to entertain a motion as far as a recommendation for those 26 books. Mr. Chang is, in fact, going to be making a he's going to give a little bit of some information on as to where they're at, some of the things, and then in addition to the recommendation to appeal one of those books, he will be going through all of that.
He's going through all that, so we don't have to discuss the book.
You do not have to, but Mr. Reagan, you are certainly privy to if you would like. That's up to you.
Okay. So, I took the time, I have a lot of time in my hands. I read Simon versus the Homo sapiens, Only Mostly Devastated, I Wish You All the Best, Ziggy Stardust, Julian is a Mermaid, Beyond Magenta, and I only read excerpt of Jack of Hearts. And it took, I appreciate the amount of time that the library folks spent on reading all those. Some of the comments I've heard today, I'm not sure that those are accurate. I'm not sure that people read the books, or at least they didn't read the ones I did, because the books I read seemed there was nothing there. They were fine to me. I went back to my college days when I was assigned to read some literature and write on it, and the things they asked me to consider were plots, setting, characterization, theme, those sorts of things, along with a bunch of other literary techniques. But I don't want to sound pedantic here, but all those, the fiction books had all those elements in there. It's not pornography. There is not excessive amounts of profanity that I saw. There was a couple F-bombs here and there, but by and large, no profanity. One book was a little bit different. Beyond Magenta was kind of biographical accounts that kids experienced. But just talk for a second about the theme. I thought, an author's purpose in writing is to talk about social situations that are relevant and bring it to the forefront so people can, make their own minds up, become aware of those things, and the human condition, what people are like, why they do the things they do. And I think that came through in all these books. I think I learned a lot from reading them, the ones I read. I think it would benefit a lot of people to read them beyond kids. And I think they are very beneficial for the kids who are experiencing those types of feelings, to know that somebody else out there has similar feelings. Other people react in certain ways. So, that's pretty much what I saw in the books. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reagan. Anyone else? Any comments? Okay. So,
Just one moment. I would like to, I
Yes.
just wanted to give Bob, not being here in June, I was in Alaska on an assignment and met a carpet that didn't like me. And so I've been 6 weeks in this wheelchair, which has changed my perspective on a lot of things and given me a lot of time. But one thing that I will tell the people that I have done is I have spent a lot of time looking through different Citrus County Facebook groups at the comments that people have made on there. And it is enlightening to see the number, not just that show up at a meeting here, but that voice their opinions in just an open platform. And I found it to be diversified. I found it to be, people kept putting it back to not the content of LGBTQ, but of the obscenity. And that was their concern, was the obscenity in the young adult section. And one person that really stood out to me, their comments, was we don't have anybody that puts up a big fuss about R-rated movies and that children under 18 cannot buy a ticket for that, or 17, NC-17, they cannot buy a ticket for that without an ID. So it just brings up a lot of questions that there's a lot of other areas. And we do offer rated R movies in our library for checkout. And those do need to be accompanied by an adult when you check them out, because sometimes the adult uses their child's card because they have a fine on theirs. I know it. I've been guilty before. I check out for grandkids and the books disappear. But I just think that we need to think about the difference of what people are talking about in the different places that I viewed it, and looking at the difference in those books, like you said, presenting the LGBTQ perspective and the things that people are concerned should be possible for students of that age bracket to look at in an adult section, yes, but at the same time, the obscenity, where do we draw that line for obscenity? And I think we have to go back to the definitions, and the one gentleman brought up the 3-tier that the Supreme Court uses to judge obscenity, and we have that same thing in the state of Florida to judge obscenity. And that's what I have spent my time looking and researching, because I respect Mr. Chan as in his position, and I don't want him to be liable for anything that we should make a recommendation should be changed. And so that's what I've been in the process of looking at.
thank you, Member Nelson, and I appreciate your candidness with regards to your checkout history. All right, anyone else? All right, so seeing that there's no more comment on that, we'll move to special items, but there are no special items.
Nope.
Mr. Chang, would it be appropriate to give the update on that specific, kind of like the status of those books during special items? Would that be appropriate?
Yeah, since there were no special items, it can roll right into the director's report if you want. I can do that, and then...
Yeah, actually, we would roll there anyway, so never mind.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so we can do that. I do have a couple things that I'd like to say that I heard from the public, just general information, and then one thing with you, Lenora, nothing against you, but you just said that you sometimes had overdues and you had fines. I just want everybody to know that our libraries are fine-free. We do restrict your account if you have overdues, but we don't charge fines. So
Just the cost of the whole book.
yes, yep. If you lose the book, yep. So we are. That's just a nice thing that our libraries do, is we don't do those fines. So I want to throw that out there.
Thank you.
Yep. I did hear somebody say bring back Tom Sawyer. Just from the audience, we have not removed that book. So I just want to clarify that as well for everyone, so that doesn't kind of catch fire and people say that we've started removing classics and things. We have not done that. And then the other piece to this is just in regards to our youth materials, our children's sections. We have early readers, we have picture books, we have juvenile chapter books, then we have young adult. So there's 4 kind of main categories there. There was a comment made that the three kind of dominating themes there are LGBTQ, CRT, and witchcraft. And I just want to say that that is not the predominant themes in those locations. I just want to throw that out there so there's not that misconception as well.
Just to rephrase or to re-say that, early readers, picture books, young adults, and adult.
No, juvenile fiction.
I'm sorry.
Yep. So early readers are kind of those stage one readers where you're learning like Spot and those Bob books. Going into picture books, which we class as E, which are Cat in the Hat, those sort of things, Little Blue Truck. Juvenile fiction goes into chapter books. So the beginning stage is kind of that third grade. Magic Tree House, thank you. Nancy Drew, those sorts of things. Then it shifts to young adult, which is for that older audience of teens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify that as well because I know that I don't want you to be leaving with that impression that that's where our collection is headed. It's certainly not our intention. All right. As far as the update for the books, we did receive a request for reconsideration, and there was 26 books on that list. To date, I have made a decision on 19 of those 26 books. The average length of a review, if we receive a request for reconsideration, is about 30 days. Because of the volume in this request, I worked to try to expedite this, so I have several sets of librarians reviewing these materials to try to get this request expedited and so we can move forward as quickly as possible with this, because 26 is not the norm as far as review. It's typically one book if we do receive any kind of requests. So on average, we've been reviewing those. It was kind of front-loaded at the beginning where it took us a little time to get some reviews out, but now we're getting one a week. So on average, we're hitting one review a week. And with these materials, they're typically, they're not picture books for the most part. They're all young adult novels, 250 to 400 page novels. So they are taking us some time. So I want you to know there is some time there. That's why it's taken us a little more time to get this through, and we are being thorough with that. But of those 19 that have been reviewed, 2 of them I did decide to move shelving locations on. There was one that was in that juvenile fiction section, which again is those beginning chapter readers up to getting into larger, kind of more serious content. I moved it from juvenile fiction to young adult fiction. I felt it was a more appropriate place after seeing the reviews and reading the material myself. The other book that I decided to move was a young adult nonfiction. It started to touch on some tougher topics, I think, that maybe were more mature. So I decided to move that one to the adult nonfiction section. And then 13 books, I decided they should stay in their current shelving location. Majority of those were already young adult. I left them in young adult at this time. And then there were 4 books in our collection that were removed. So 3 of those books were currently classed as missing or lost. Somebody had checked them out and never returned them, or they went missing in some fashion. So we didn't have those books on the shelf at the time of the review. Looking at some of the statistics and data that we had for those books, it didn't seem prudent at that point to repurchase those books for the sake of reviewing them. So I decided we'll just go ahead, we'll not repurchase those at this time. It was just the simple answer there, because there's no reason to buy something if it's not in demand. And if I'm just buying it to review it, where the outcome could have been, I'm getting rid of this book, it just didn't seem, a good step forward there. The 4th book, which got quite a bit of attention, was also removed. It was Jack of Hearts. Giving you a little background on that one, that book was removed for a variety of factors. It did make a lot of headlines. It got a lot of community kind of input. I read the book. I had reviewers read the book. I did find it more appropriate for adults. It certainly kind of rose to that level where I didn't think it belonged necessarily in young adult. So the decision would have been maybe to shift it to adult. However, looking at a lot of the other factors that went into this, availability in other libraries, we could still interlibrary loan this material, and checkout history was also a big factor. Checkout history is not the only factor that I look at in the measure of whether we keep a book or not, but in this particular case, this book had been checked out twice in 6 years.
Wow.
There was no immediate interest for this book. It's not considered a classic. It's not something that people are asking to check out based on that metric in 6 years. So after so often we do what's called a weeding process. We remove materials just to update our collection, refresh it, add new materials. So this book, Jack of Hearts, would have eventually fallen in that category where it got weeded because it hadn't had the number of checkouts we were looking for, or it's been a long time since it's been checked out. That is a standard process in libraries that we do In this case, it was written as the word remove, but we do weed materials for a variety of reasons. Oftentimes it's for currency. So things like we have technology books on Windows 7. So that went out of date. It expired. They no longer support Windows 7 as of 2020. So we don't have that book on the shelf anymore because it's no longer in demand. It's no longer an interest to people. So that's kind of why there's a lot of factors that went into the decision to remove a book. It's certainly a complex process going through that and reading those materials, but I just want to let you know that it wasn't just a quick decision. There's a lot of review that goes into kind of what we do with the material, whether we move it, keep it, or remove it.
Now, Director Chang, just for a matter of clarification, if a patron was, there was a certain book that they're interested in and you do not have it in the collection, they are able to make a request to get it from like an outside source, correct?
Correct. There's two methods there that they can make to receive a book, and Jack of Hearts certainly fits this bill as well. Because it's been taken off our shelf doesn't mean we still can't acquire it, but we have an interlibrary loan process in which if you make a request for a book, sometimes that's a purchase suggestion, sometimes it's just a request that you want to borrow a book. They come in different formats, but if you request a book, if it's a new book, chances are, we'll buy it if we can because it's something that's brand new and may become popular. If it's a book that was published 4 or 5 years ago, we would probably lean towards interlibrary loaning that book, and that just means we borrow it from another library. They get to borrow it for 3 weeks instead of our standard checkout of 2 weeks, and then it gets sent back to that library.
Okay.
So we do take purchase suggestions as well. And oftentimes we let those build up a little bit to see if there's interest in a particular material. Sometimes there's, let's say, a movie coming out about a particular book that we don't have, or we're missing one in a series that somebody wants to read, then we'll get a request on those, and we weigh those factors whether we buy them or we opt to interlibrary loan.
So Adam, books are not banished, they're not banned, they're just removed from circulation for?
Yes. I would say they are removed from circulation, that they're still available if somebody would like to access them. We won't refuse to borrow that book. I don't know that there's a book that we've ever refused to get outside of cost or scarcity. So sometimes people ask to borrow very, very high-end, like architectural textbooks that run several $100s. We have a limit on what we'll order in, because if you lose that book, then the library system is liable for that book, and then we have to pay that fee.
Right.
So there are limits in that regard. But for most standard fiction books that are in print, no, there's not a restriction there.
I have a question.
Sure.
What's the age range for young adult?
The age range for young adult, the publisher's definition of that starts at 12. However, if you look at the upper end of that, they're looking at 12 to 18. If you look at our young adult collection, you're probably looking at books that are more mature for a 12-year-old in many cases, and many of these books do fit that.
So the young adult starts at 12 years old?
For the publishers, yes.
Interesting. Oh.
That's what the publishers would class those as.
So
yes.
ours starts at 12 years old, or was your comment? Repeat what you just said.
Sure. The publishers are saying that young adult is for 12 and up. However, I would say our collection does not fit that in its current state.
Okay.
Trying to give you guys a better picture of what that looks like. I don't want to give you any official kind of wording on that, but if you look at books like, and I'll use popular examples here, like if we talk about The Book Thief, Hunger Games, Twilight, The Maze Runner, those are not necessarily suited for a 12-year-old, yet they fit in our young adult section. They certainly wouldn't rise to the level of adult fiction. They're for that upper age range of 15 kind of and up, if that, does that kind of help?
Yes, that does clarify a lot.
There's that with every single age range in our libraries. If you look at the books that are in the children's section, we have some books that are appropriate for a 3rd grader, but there are also books shelved in that section that would be appropriate for a 6th grader in our juvenile fiction. So they're all lumped together in a span, if that makes sense.
Now, just for clarification on that too, and I have some comments about that particular situation later on, and maybe some paths forward, because I'm a little concerned with that as well. But just for clarification on the books, and this is something that I've seen, is it does have a tag on it that says what it's recommended for too as well, like grade level. Is that correct?
Some of them do, most do not.
Okay.
As far as our cataloging, no. Some of them will, but a majority of them just say juvenile, young adult, adult fiction, science fiction, and so forth.
Okay. And so what would be the determining factor for that, to have that or not? Is it more because it's more of an academic type of book, so they suggest it at that age range, or is it because someone has said, okay, this is a young adult, but it's more for like 9th through 10th grade?
Right. A lot of times I think you'll find that in school libraries where they rate those specifically, usually by Lexile level or the Accelerated Reader Program, they list kind of where they fit. That kind of encompasses an age range in a lot of cases. In the case of ours, a lot of times they get certain distinctions, so they end up on like Sunshine State reader lists, or they end up in certain kind of things like that, criteria where they get a certain list, and then they'll usually have a designated tag on those that says this is a Florida Sunshine Reader for grades 9 to 12. Then we'll put that sticker on it, but we don't individually sticker each book with an age range within our library system. Well, as far as like 10 to 12 or whatever year.
Adam, how frequently is the collection weeded out?
It's weeded periodically. It goes through sections. Every year we do weed, but we weed by section and by library because we have 5 branches. For example, right now we've done prior to the renovation over at Lakes Region, we did an extensive weed of that library because we didn't want to have to move all those materials if they were going to be weeded anyways. Or it's
So
moving.
that's a little bit different
Yes.
than your standard procedure.
Yeah, but annually we do weed sections, and we have a periodic review to ensure that we're constantly kind of weeding and refreshing materials. Unofficially, behind the scenes, it's called Weeding Wednesdays. So we do take a branch at a particular one day a week. On a Wednesday, a branch will go ahead and weed a selection of their collection.
But that's done usually when the collection is refreshed also, or is that done?
That's done year round. So we are weeding year round. So we're weeding year round. Larger weeds we do put in place annually, but it's usually quarterly by branch. We'll weed a certain library, but it's all dependent on a lot of staff time as well. Because not only is the book getting weeded at that location, but then on the back end, in our administrative side, we have to remove that book from the collection. So we can't have, too much work pile up in that regard, so we space it out.
I was on a library board for a suburban Chicago library for about 15 years. It was an elected position. And it was only one library building. We did the weeding pretty much at the same time that we were refreshing the collection. So it was a once-a-year type thing. It was a standard operating procedure in a lot of libraries that I'm familiar with.
Sure. And I think that is true. The history of our library is a little bit different, I think, than most libraries. There was a huge economic downturn, obviously, in 2000, I believe it was 2009, which severely cut some funding within the library system and the county-wide. That was coupled with the Duke closure, the power plant closure. Those of you that were here probably remember that. There's some situations there where our collection budget was reduced quite a bit. So we ended up not following that weeding cycle as strictly because it would have meant less materials on the shelves. So things that would have gotten weeded stayed a little bit longer just so the shelves remained fuller. We're getting to the point now where we're more comfortable with our collection, so we are weeding on a more regular cycle over the last couple years. But just to give you kind of a little bit of history there.
Just a general question about the young adult section. It's 12 to 18. Who determined 12 being the bottom?
So that came from a publisher's that's what the publisher will classify a book. There's inside from our book vendors, there's notations in there that says this is for young adult, and then it has the grades on there or has the age range.
However, as our library system, why do we have to keep it at 12?
So we're not required to necessarily keep it at 12, and I wouldn't say that we always follow that standard. As far as everything being there for a 12-year-old. We've just not officially said that this is the age range that ours is. We've gone off of that 12 to 18. There's never been really much of a request or a question about it until recently as far as what those age ranges are.
Is that more for continuity purposes, or is that just because that makes it easier? I mean, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing.
I believe that is the case. Yes, it's made it easier, and it's just been the standard that we've operated with because that's what publishers give us, and it hasn't been raised as a challenge.
Okay.
You know, but certainly going forward, that is something that I am investing some time looking at to see how other libraries have adapted that system as well. Because in reading and looking through our young adult collection, majority of those materials are going to be in that 15+ age. I mean, if you go to our collections in our young adult section, you'll see that.
The publisher may say, this is suitable for age 12, but this community may not feel 12 is appropriate. So why can't we change the age range to maybe 14 or 15?
I certainly believe we can, yes.
Now, how do we start that process?
We'd want to make sure that it's going to be, it's not going to be an overnight process. It'll be a little bit of work there to vet what books are in young adult and see where they need to shift. But we certainly can look at that, and that is something that is on my list to work through and adjust that age range, but make it an age range that's appropriate. Because I think you said 14. If we decided that maybe, or as far as the library advisory board in general, we have a discussion and say, okay, maybe it's 15, maybe it's 13, maybe it's 16.
Right.
Getting those numbers right, so we don't have to go back and revisit that. We have it kind of set and it's updated to more of a modern standard. But we certainly can do that, and that's something I'm looking through with staff right now to see what that entails.
So you would bring that forward in another meeting?
Yes, to give you an update of how the collection is shifted, because it is a major project to shift a collection, because it may mean that we're removing several books from one section, moving into another. 26 is a lot in this case, but if we're talking about our entire young adult collection, that's several thousand books that we want to make sure is in the right, that right age range when we do officially come up with that, that range.
Okay, well, I'm in favor of bringing that forward.
I am too.
Okay.
Anyone else?
I have a quick question. What is the age where high school starts normally? Is it 14?
I believe so.
Or is it 15? Or, I mean, I know, obviously, it depends on birth dates or
Yes.
whatever, but as a majority,
probably
what age is that? Because then you're putting your young adult section to high school students.
Yep.
And then those, I know 12 and 13-year-olds, because my husband still teaches at IMS, are in the middle school section.
I believe you're right. It's probably 14. I'd have to verify that, but I believe that makes the most sense logically that it'd be 14 to 18. You're graduating high school as a senior. So
Right.
I believe that's accurate.
Wouldn't a young adult be an adult? Is an adult 18? I'm just asking.
Well, technically, young adult actually can go up through 27 because that's when.
But they start at 18, right?
No, young adult can start at 14. It's like high school through age 27 when the brain is finished developing.
But you can't vote until you're 18.
Right.
I think the term young adult in this particular application is more of a thing of semantics. I think it's a matter of this is the classification, the publisher. And maybe that's something for us to discuss later as to whether we call it young adult or whatever, high school or whatever the case is. And I think that is something that we need to maybe put for a later meeting, that it needs some information, it needs some presentation as to how the staff could implement. But I want to say I do have an idea for all of this, and I'm not saying it's perfect, that's for sure. But I think it would be something that everybody would entertain. Is and I was going to save this for later, but because we're in this discussion, we have several different things, and this is not a motion. Again, I'm not going to entertain motions on any. So this is not a motion. So please don't second anything. But my thinking was, and the county does a lot of this with some other big agenda items when they're talking about a shift and the change in the way that they do things. And I think Mrs. Ebbets, I'll get it right one day, I
Like
promise.
2 Bs.
Yes, there you go. You mentioned with regards to community and this specific community, and it's obviously from this board's perspective predominantly that by those that have spoken is that we all kind of share the same sentiment that we're not so sure that young adult section is classified correctly. Me personally, I'm not for banning books, period. I agree with your decision that you have made as far as removing that one. You obviously articulated very well as to why that decision was made, but I'm a huge proponent for moving. And maybe that's something that we can come to. But my idea on that would be more of a community workshop style of coming together and figuring out some of these ideas. Here's the main thing, is this board is regulated by Sunshine Law. So it's not like we all could just sit down at a plan and a planning meeting and just discuss different things and how we could maybe make it. We cannot do that. For the better or worse, that's what we're governed by. So a community workshop style, we would be able to. The public would be invited. They could share their input. I do like the idea of what one lady spoke. She said, these meetings are during the middle of the day when most people are working. I would be okay with something a little later in the day that give those sort of people an opportunity to speak to. And my personal opinion on that, and you all can speak to that too as well, is that number one would be this workshop would discuss specifically a committee that would be responsible for these books in review, or how we would maybe change the policy and how we review or whatever. Here's the thing that is clear. This review process has been expensive for the county. And I would not go as far as to say it was a waste, because we could argue one way or another that these books did need to be reviewed. However, no one can argue that this was an expensive process. The fact that there's 3 staff members and you cannot ask them to do this on their own time. There's 3 staff members that must review these books. Many of these books around 400 pages or more, and in fact, we all will be reviewing a book that's about 425 pages in a short amount of time. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying there's got to be a way that we could maybe systematically work through a weeding process, that this doesn't happen where we wait till a citizen comes up with 26 books. And, I'm not saying those books didn't need to be reviewed, but 26 books, and now we're stuck with this, where we have utilized so much tax dollars and so on. There's got to be a way out there that we can do this, where we can maybe involve the community, maybe involve even some standards that are set, like, something that is, the gentleman that I follow for leadership, he says, if it can be automated, why are you trying to do it? Figure out how to automate the process and go through that, and then have some safety and protections in the afterwards. I think there's obviously an eclectic amount of opinion that has spoken here. I'm not saying that anyone represents the majority or so, but it's obvious that we serve a variety of people from a different backgrounds, lifestyles, understandings, beliefs, and all of that. And I think a community workshop would give us the opportunity to be able to sit down and let's work on something. I mean, I think it's no surprise to us all. Look, we're glad that there are people showing up here to a library advisory board meeting in such a large group, but I think some of the discussion could be, utilized for some of the fundraising activities and some of the things that like Focals is doing and all of these other different things. And maybe if we can finally bring some resolution to this, and look, I'm not saying that we're all going to get what we want, that's for sure. But if we can make it where it's easier on the library staff, Director Chang, and even this board, who I might add serves at no cost to the public, personally, we all volunteer our time. Why can't we just do that? And I certainly don't believe that opinion should only rest within this board. I think it should be a community event. And we could discuss how young adults are categorized. We could even discuss maybe that's not what we call it. And here's the deal. I want the library's input on this in that particular situation, because here's the deal. We can make the recommendations, the commissioners can make the decisions, and then you all have to deal with it. I don't know that that's necessarily right either. Correct. So let's figure out something. We were appointed to this board for a reason. Let's figure this out. Okay? I think we can do it. And that's all I got. Anybody else?
Yes, I have a question. Adam, you had said that 13 of those books that you have reviewed so far, 13 of the 19, was moved to the young adult section. Okay.
No, that remained in their current section.
Okay, remained.
Yeah, so I didn't move them.
All right. My question is, do they have a checkout rate what was their checkout rate?
I can certainly get that for you if you'd like. I would say that we can't hang everything on checkout rate for whether a book stays or goes. I had this discussion with a couple of the board members independently, but to give you a couple of examples, books about holidays circulate very low because they're only checked out during, let's say, Christmas, Easter, Halloween, whenever it is. They circulate maybe 2 or 3 times a year. If that's the case, you could end up with a book that only checks out 4 or 5 times that we want. That's an important book for acknowledging holidays, but it doesn't circulate very well. There are certainly other books that don't circulate well that maybe only go out the same amount of times, 2 or 3 times, that we have to make a decision. Do we keep that book? Do we not? Based on, is it a classic? Is there an additional factor that we need to keep that for? So we look at a couple different things. We look at number of checkouts as one of our factors, but we also look at how recent it was checked out as well. So if a book was checked out 3 times, but those 3 checkouts happened in the last 12 months, then we know, okay, there's interest in this book now. Whereas if it was checked out 3 times in 6 years, all those happened in the first year, then it's time maybe for that one to go. But I can certainly get you that information. I didn't mean to expand on that too much.
Am I to assume from that answer that these books that remained did have enough requests that they chose to be kept?
I'd have to go back and confirm that. I don't want to give you the wrong answer, but yeah, I believe so, yes. But I will go back and verify that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Other thing with the review process that Justin had alluded to a little bit here, of those books that I did review, there was one so far that has had an appeal to it, and the process for our book request for reconsideration is our staff review the book, I review the book, and then the information gets submitted to that citizen along with the chair of the advisory board and the community services director. The citizen decided that he did not like the decision I had made. He thought a different decision should have been made, so he did appeal the book, and that is called Here's to Us. So you all will be getting the opportunity to review that book, and then it will need to be put on a future agenda in order to you all to kind of discuss and then make a recommendation of where you think that book should end up. His recommendation is to remove that book. Mine was to keep it in the section where it currently is. And in your packet, or not in your packets, but maybe somewhere underneath your packets, you're going to have 2 sheets of paper. One is the request for reconsideration of resources form that the citizen did submit. So this outlines his concern for why the book should be removed. And then you also have a letter which I sent to the citizen, which basically just outlines my decisions for why it stayed where it did. Okay? So you will all get the opportunity to review that book. Kind of what I need from you now, though, is a decision on who would like to start with that review, because I have to give one of you the book to start that process.
I'll start.
Justin? Okay. All right, and then we'll work out a mechanism to get the book to you all in a reasonable time. I've not had to do this before as far as an appeal process, but we'll certainly work it out in a timely fashion. But I'll get you that book, Justin, later this week.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Questions?
No.
Okay. That's all I have on that update.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
A quick question on your proposal for the workshop, county included. What's the next step?
Yes. So I was broadcasting an idea. I think it would be appropriate that maybe we could put something like that on the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay.
It might even be appropriate that if all of the board said, hey, we just want to have an up or down vote on that, and with discussion as far as what we want to do for the next agenda, and then we get the ball rolling, because that's going to take some time to set that up anyways. And I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. I think we can go ahead and get some stuff going in the process, and I imagine that by that time we should have this other book reviewed. We should have kind of like an idea of what that process is going to look like. Our heads will be completely wrapped around it. We can make some good, intelligent decisions. Certainly, I will give Director Chang exactly what I just mentioned, and if he feels that's appropriate, I think we could put that in the agenda for the next meeting, which would be October. Okay?
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, I do have a couple other directors' updates if we're good on the update on the review process. I want to make sure I answered all of your questions on that one. But just a couple updates on kind of just library updates. So we're getting ready to close out the fiscal year, end September 30th. We have several projects that are nearing completion. So I'm going to talk about some of the renovation stuff a little bit later. But some of the big projects that you're going to start to see coming up at the end of this year is we're almost ready to launch what we've been calling our print copy scan system, which is an overhaul of our PC management reservation system. It allows for color printing within our libraries. It's going to allow for wireless printing and printing from home. So we're going to have that coming live end of September. That will roll out to all 5 branches. That'll be a huge upgrade to what we have now, give people a lot more flexibility to be able to print and utilize some of our services with new scanners and things like that. So you'll see that at all 5 libraries. We are working on a agreement with a vendor called Patron Point, and this is a electronic mailing and notification system that we're going to be rolling out hopefully end of this calendar year, so November, December. I'm hoping we'll have this going. But what this one does is it allows us to better send out notifications to patrons for their holds, different newsletters. One of the things that we've had a challenge with is notification via text message. Any of you that have used the library in the last month or so might have gotten a notification that says we no longer send texts. That's because we've had some complications with our old system. It doesn't allow us to send texts, and that is how several thousand people like their notifications. So this system will allow us to be able to do that again. So you'll see that system coming up with a lot more automation to process and things like that. It's gonna raise our quality of our notification system quite a bit. And then the last thing that you're gonna see kind of behind the scenes, probably end of this year, early next year, is gonna be we're migrating to Microsoft 365. So what that's gonna do is it's gonna allow us to take some of the workload off of staff. It's gonna have us rely less on physical servers in our server room, a lot of technical back-end stuff, but it's again gonna move us forward with our processes and allow us to rebuild some things and streamline some process. So you'll see those, 2 of those changes you'll see kind of front and center, and the Microsoft one will be in the background.
Is that for staff or is that for patrons as well?
It's for, the first phase of it is for staff. We're gonna see kind of what this rollout looks like, and then it may implement to staff, so to the public at a later date, but right now it's just for the staff piece of that. And that's pretty much everything I have for updates.
All right. Okay. Next would be U.S. Family Foundation status report.
Okay. So you should have received it's in your agenda packet, the updated Family Foundation kind of statement. It should reflect that the $300,000 has come out from the request that we made about the Coastal Region Library, and there's not been much change in there beyond that.
Okay.
It would be on page 13 of your agenda. Okay, and then there was a new addition to this that came out, so you do have an extra one underneath your agenda as well. You'll have an updated sheet. So you've got the 2 there to show kind of where we were and then the change. But it just basically indicates that $300,000 did come out there for the renovation of Coastal.
Excuse me. So just clarification. So what I have here says 530, changing net assets 30. So we went to 561, and now we're at 30. Is that correct?
There's a second one that you get that shows that withdrawal of the 300, and I believe you're at. I have that. I gotta find mine real quick, but it's It's dropped it down to 200 and, I apologize for not, oh, here we go. Okay, so right now you have a total net asset in that account of 265,000,
Okay.
because it reflects that 300,000 decrease.
Then what is on page 15?
Sorry, page
What is
15.
that reflective of?
Page 15, okay, so that was the statement that was released on, that was from March 31. That was prior to the April withdrawal.
That was income on page 15.
15, yes. So it didn't reflect that. Oh, sorry. I know what you're saying now, yes, sorry. Yeah, so that is just the gains that the fund received. That's the interest and things like that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Region manager updates. Who's the first victim?
All right, so we kind of combined all of these just to Taylor's public relations update for you,
Got
so
it.
you'll get one big update from Taylor.
Okay, so. Thank you. Sorry, the remote evidently decided it was going to sleep.
That's
But that's okay. So the first thing we have up for you in the update is we completed our second Citrus Reads promotion. That was back in June. Hit the button that says present up at the top. No. No. Top. Present. There you go. No. Yes. Present.
Yep. There we go.
There we go.
Ooh, good job.
I see it now. Got the arrow.
There we go. Maybe. It's okay. One more. There you go. There. Okay. Show and tell started. There we go. So, this Citrus Reads is the reading ebook promotion that we have started in our library system. The first one we did was back in April as a part of National Library Week. And so this book allows anyone with a library card to use the Libby app to download the ebook or the e-audiobook with no holds and no wait list. So every single one of you could currently go into our Libby app and pick up the book that's currently there, and it would be available to all of you. And same with anybody in the room. And so the first title we did was back in April, as I said. This was our June title. And so as we know in our library system, our patrons really love mysteries and thrillers. And so we picked a title that was going to appeal to a lot of those mystery and thriller readers. And that book was checked out more than 330 times, which is a huge number for any single title that we have within our ebook collection. And so currently, from August 21st to September 18th, we have the reading list available. We thought it was appropriate to pick a book that was about books as we lead into Library Card Sign Up Month, which runs for the duration of September. And so right now, you could go into Libby, and that'll be the first little blob that you see in the app or on the website, and it talks, and you can check out the ebook or the e-audiobook if you haven't read it yet. So that is available currently. All right, and then just really quickly, we started that Citrus Reads promotion kind of as a follow-up to the Big Library Read, which is a promotion that is run 3 times a year by Libby. And so they choose a title. I get an email about 3 weeks before that title is going to go live, and they give us promotional materials and talk about what book is coming. And so back in July, we had the title Twilight Territory that was available for patrons to read. And I didn't have a chance to grab the numbers on that one before I left, but it was also very popular. I will say it was not as popular as a mystery and thriller was, but people did still enjoy this title. All right, so just a couple of things that we have upcoming as a part of Library Card Sign Up Month. The last couple of years, we have partnered with our Friends of the Library to do a giveaway for our patrons who come into the library. And so this year, we're switching it up a little bit, and it will welcome our new patrons. So anyone who comes into our libraries and gets a library card in the month of September will be entered into a drawing for a $50 gas card. And then any of our patrons who are regularly coming to our library. So if you come once a week to check out a book, you get a slip every week. And you can also be put into a separate drawing for another $50 gas card. So we are very excited to be able to offer this once again to our patrons and just kind of say thank you to them for always coming in and seeing us and checking out materials. The other promotion that's coming up will be starting on September the 5th, and that is as part of our Canopy app. And so Canopy, as you'll remember, launched back in January, and they started doing what they call Big Movie Watch, not to be left out from Big Library Read. And so this movie will be available for 2 weeks starting on September 5th. And so you'll start to see some different promotions, stuff in the newspaper, things around the libraries that talk about this movie. And so if you haven't used Canopy yet, now is a perfect opportunity for you to go in, check out the service. You can use it on a device. You can use it on your TVs at home if you have a Roku or a Fire Stick. It's pretty easy. All you need is your library card. And if you still need assistance with Canopy after that, our librarians and our staff and our branches are always more than happy to walk you through something. I have on more than one occasion walked someone through how to do something over the phone with their TV to make sure that they were connected. And so we are well versed in it and always happy to help. So, with it being August, we have wrapped up our summer reading program, and so we gave you a few of these numbers and some pictures at our last meeting that we wanted to show you that we had our summer reading kickoff. Was a single event this year. We hosted it at our Central Ridge Library on June 1st. It was a Saturday. We had fire trucks, and we had the bomb squad, Bomb Squad was there. From the sheriff's office, they were there. They brought out the robot. The kids were so excited. We had mosquito control, the supervisor of elections office. A lot of our different partners and entities were there as well to kind of welcome and kick off the summer at the library. We had more than 350 people in attendance. And if you happened to be driving through Beverly Hills at that time and were near the library, you saw Debbie in her orange vest in the road directing traffic, which is where she always tells us she's not going to end up and somehow always ends up there. So we always know that Debbie's got our back when we want to make sure everyone is getting places safely. And then that day in particular, we had more than 400 items checked out. Wow. And that's on average, between all three of our library locations, the average is 215 items that can get checked out on a Saturday. And so having 400 checked out at just one branch location was phenomenal. We were very excited with that number. So these are just some pictures of some of our summer reading programs and activities. The theme was quite exciting. Our youth librarians loved it, and so did the kids. And we had so many parents who were there and were excited to be hanging with their kiddos during the summer, so it was great. Just some quick numbers. This year, we had 413 kids who were registered within that 5 to 17 age range, and those kids combined logged more than 263,000 minutes. That's awesome. Of those 413 kids, 107 of them logged more than 1,000 minutes, and those 107 logged 190,000 minutes. Wow. So we kind of internally started calling it the 1,000 Minutes Club, and then that kicked off, and we kept posting. Every time we would see a new name. And for a lot of our staff, those names of those kids, we know them. They are coming into our libraries all the time. They're always telling us what they've been logging, how excited they were. And so it's just a really great opportunity for us to see how enthusiastic and excited they are to be over in the libraries. This year was the first year that we started our early literacy reading challenge, and so we had that set up for our students ages 0 to 5, and we had 98 readers participate in that one. That challenge was added in this year because a lot of our parents were coming up to us and saying, we have kids who are older, but we've got 1 or 2 littles. they want to do what their older siblings are doing. They want to challenge as well. Can we get something for them? And so we were thrilled to be able to add this one in, and as we can see, 98 of those kiddos participated and were loving it. They also had their own prize associated with it, which was just filled with some different early literacy manipulatives, magnetic letters, great things to kind of help with some of those skills for our 0 to 5s. In total, we had 562 readers participate. We do also do an adult challenge that goes with it. So if mom, dad has all of the kids reading, they can kind of show and set that example by also logging and doing that reading as well. Just some additional statistics for summer reading. In June and July, we had more than 25,000 youth materials checked out between our branches and digitally. 385 new library cards for kids were created, and that is roughly a third of what our monthly average is.
Wow.
So that is, it's amazing. We get blown away every time we see those numbers, and they've grown every year the last couple of years. And then in June and July, our staff hosted 70 summer reading events, and between the culmination of all of those 70 events, we had 2,100 attendees coming through our doors. And now some of these numbers are a little adjusted. These were done before we finished our end of July statistics. And so some of those numbers may not have been fully reported at that time. Our staff member, we give them a couple of days grace in the beginning of every month to get their numbers and their statistics into the calendar. And so Vicki, who was here earlier today to accept the award for the website. She does all of our statistics, and so these were the most recent numbers we had, and I didn't get them updated yesterday. I'm so sorry about that. But next. We also continued our Reader of the Week promotion as part of our summer reading program. It was something that we started last year. And so any of our readers who log between a Sunday to a Saturday, they are entered into a drawing, and in those little goodie bags, there is a book light. We had a little door hanger that said, "Shh, I'm reading." There was a little magnetic bookmark because it hurts our hearts a little bit when they come back with dog-eared pages on their books, so we thought, let's give them an extra bookmark. And then there's also $10 in book sale bucks that each of the students receive to be able to go and attend one of the 2 upcoming fall book sales that our Friends of the Library host. And so when we were originally creating these Reader of the Week bags, we said we want to give them something that they could read, but because we offer these bags as prizes to a 5 to 17-year-old, it's almost impossible to put a book in that bag that would be appropriate for whichever child is winning that particular one. So the Friends stepped in last year and said we would love to be able to give book sale bucks to these kids, and so they get to come to the book sales. They get to pick out the books that they want. I think we told you last year that one of the little guys who came in the fall, he happened to come on half price day and was so excited because he didn't realize it was half price day, and he had picked up this pile of books that he didn't think he was going to be able to get with all of his book sale bucks. And then when we tallied it up, it came out to like $9.50, and he was so excited that he was going to pay for all of those books himself because he had his $10 in book sale bucks. And so it was a really heartwarming thing to see, and really makes your day after a long 5-6 hour day at the book sale. All right. Something not summer reading related, but that has been happening frequently is Nancy Kennedy recently rediscovered the treasure trove of information, as she has called it, of resources and services that our library system is offering. And so she has been typing her little fingers off and writing all sorts of little special articles for us, which we have so loved and appreciated. And so one of the most popular ones to date was the Seed Library. I kept going back daily. This screenshot shows 13 comments. I'm pretty sure at last check it was between 200 to 300 comments of people just talking about how much they love the seed libraries, how many of them have visited. People started showing pictures of things that they were growing with the seeds that they got from the seed libraries, and so it was just it was really nice to see that. We don't always get to see those pictures afterwards of what they're growing, but we got to experience that with them. Next. Our next big upcoming event is our C4Con at the Homosassa Library. So this particular event, this is our 4th time hosting it. It will be on Saturday, September 14th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And so we have all sorts of vendors and panels and activities for the kids to do. As you can see, Chewbacca has been a fan favorite from the 501st Legion. They are gracious enough to come in every year and support our libraries. They brought a trash compactor last year. Not a real trash compactor, but it's from the movies. I'm also talking about Star Wars, and I know nothing about Star Wars outside of Chewbacca and what our lovely friends tell us every year
That's a
at
shame.
C4Con. I've heard that that's a shame by multiple people. But there are just always interactive activities and things for them to do. The members of the 501st are fantastic in walking around and always excited to see our patrons and interact with them. And so this will be a fantastic event. We invite all of you to come out and experience it. It is a little toasty because it's September, but most of it's inside, so you should be good to go. All right, and then the last thing I have for you is our book displays. Lydia, did they get the packet? Okay, perfect. So you should have received 4 additional sheets with your handouts and all of those piles of papers that outlined the upcoming branch displays. So a few months back, we kind of restructured how we're doing our branch displays across the board. And so as you can see from the slide here, there are permanent displays that are housed in every location, in every branch, and those consist of new books, recently returned, and friends of the library. And if branches already had a mystery and thriller section or book display there, they kept theirs. Like our Floral City branch, they have a very limited amount of display space available, so I don't believe they have a mystery and thriller. But all of our branches do have those new books recently returned and Friends of the Library. And so the Friends of the Library books are just books that have been purchased with donated funds from the Friends. And so those are all displayed with blue dots. New books all have red dots on them. So if you see those little colored stickers and dots on the sides of the books, please leave them there. It helps us designate which books belong where. And you'll find, we just always find little red dots everywhere. But that's a story for a different day. The other thing that we have is a rotating nonfiction display. And so the branches all kind of follow this one theme for every month. And so in September, it'll be true crime. October is arts and crafts. November is military history. And December, there will be baking displays. Currently, in the month of August, if you were to walk into our branches, you would see financial literacy displays out. So they're all just kind of different nonfiction topics to have those going through. Additionally, those 4 papers that you have outline the book displays that are staff-driven for September, October, November, and December. Some of the themes that you'll see for September include C4Con and Library Card Sign-Up Month. So there will be a lot of comics and graphic novels and things that are out in the branches next month as we help kind of promote our big upcoming event. Oh, and Talk Like a Pirate Day, because of course you can't go wrong with Talk Like a Pirate Day. You will also see that starting in October, our Coastal Region branch has a limited number of book displays. That is due to their upcoming renovation. That is in progress. Adam will have more information for you on that one in a little bit. But just due to the amount of moving around and how much chaos will be happening, we did kind of cut down on their displays, just as we did for the Lakes Region branch this last year. So there's lots of scary good books and ghost story type themed book displays happening in October. In November, you'll see things for Indigenous Peoples Day, National American Heritage Month, all sorts of different topics for holidays that are happening in November, and then lots of Merry Christmas and gift wrapped books for December. So I tried to be quick.
Did a good job.
Was I
Thank
quick?
you, Taylor.
Okay, you're welcome. I was like, oh,
Good
it's been a long
job.
one today. But there we go.
That was a marathon right
It
there.
is. It is always a marathon. It's what it feels like.
You ran it well.
All right, so moving into old business, seeing there's no old business, we'll move into new business. Quick check, anybody need a break?
Nope, we're good.
Everybody ready to go? You ready to roll? All right. Okay, so moving into new business. Now, keep in mind we did move the top 2 on the agenda to the beginning as well as the last one. So we're beginning with Lakes Region Library presentation. Thank you, Director Chang.
All right, thank you, Chair. Okay, so the Lakes Region renovation is nearing completion. I did mention this briefly at the last meeting, but I'm going to make sure I go over it again so we're all up to date with this one. But we are about 6 weeks away from finalizing everything with our renovation. We're going to be closed over at the Lakes Region Library from September 26th to October 14th. And we're going to be closing for a couple pieces that we have left. We have moving some cabling, we've got some furniture coming in, and we've got to reglaze and update the restrooms. But if you see on the screen, there's a couple different things that I'm going to walk you through that are happening with the library. Our goal with our renovation was to be able to modernize the library, but still make it feel like a Citrus library. We didn't want to go overboard with adding too many new features that the public wouldn't be necessarily interested in. We wanted to take the feedback that people have been either formally or informally asking about, and then bring them into our libraries where possible. So the idea was to create more flexible spaces throughout our libraries to make them appear more open. We couldn't change the footprint of the building as far as it's going to still remain 15,000 square feet, but we could rearrange some pieces inside. So one of the things we did was we added a smaller meeting room. We get a lot of requests for people wanting meeting spaces. So we have our large 75-person capacity meeting room, but we added a smaller 25-person capacity meeting room that now is available. In addition, we added 2 study rooms. So these are 2 larger study rooms. They hold about 8 people. Both of our meeting rooms, our new meeting room and our community room, have had updated and upgraded audio visual. So there's a larger format screen TVs in there, and upgraded audio equipment. Our study rooms will be equipped with a nice table. They've got power in the floor. They'll have whiteboards and all the things that you might need in a study room. So we'll have those too. We also upgraded the lighting, the ceiling tiles, flooring, and paint throughout the building. Our goal with this was to make sure that the building is brighter and more welcoming. It also cuts down some maintenance costs on the kind of the back end. So all of our lighting is now LED, so the bulbs last longer. There's less to maintain there. With the carpet, we went with carpet tile or carpet squares instead of rolled carpet. That allows us to clean the tiles a little more efficiently. We can replace tiles instead of having to deal with the rolled carpet. It also adheres to the floor a little better than rolled carpet. In our climates, it tends to sometimes bubble up and become loose and create trip hazards, so the carpet tiles prevent that. And then this is a picture of our new carpeting, our circulation area. And then some of our new flooring. We did hard flooring in the back in our work areas for staff, so you'll see that change there. And then in our youth room, this got one of the most drastic changes that you'll see here. On the left is what it previously looked like, and then the right is its new kind of current stage. There's 1 or 2 more pieces to be added to the youth room, but what we did here was we reduced the shelf height in the youth room, and we're able to actually increase the amount of materials that could be within the library in the youth section. So if you stand in the youth room right now, you can stand anywhere in the youth room and you can see everything within the youth room. So there's no places where there's tall shelving or anything that you can see around the whole room. So it's more child friendly, but it's also better for parents as well, just from a safety perspective there. And then in the youth room area where we hold story times typically, one of the issues that we had there was we're getting quite a few people coming to our story times more and more. Our average story time probably is 20 to, it depends on branch, but it goes between 20 and 50 participants at a story time. So we doubled the size of our story time area here. Within Lakes Region, we moved some of the shelving back kind of creatively to make more space, but now there's enough room there that we can host some larger programs in there in story times without kind of worrying about there being kind of overcrowded space there. And then I think the last slide here goes over our large print section. What's notable here is on the left is the old kind of view of it. You'll see the smaller shelves there, and then on the right we added taller shelves there. We added capacity of about 30% to the large print section. That's one of the areas that we get a lot of requests for, is more people want large print materials, so we certainly wanted to try to address that. The other piece there, on the left you can see there's a window there. Initially that window was obscured by shelving, so we took that shelving down and made that an interior window that we could access for better lines of sight for staff so they can see in different areas of the building as well. So the only other thing with the renovation that we accomplished with the shelving, to be able to make the shelving height at the youth room smaller and then the large print taller, we swapped the shelves. So we didn't actually go out and buy new shelves. We tried to be as fiscally responsible as we could with that by just simply moving shelves, because the steel frames are fine. We're just going to update the end panels because they're kind of this nice sort of pink color right now, but they're going to go to a more modern, kind of updated white and kind of just a refresh to it. But it was at minimal cost to do that, but it expanded both collections. So we're happy to be able to make that change. And then I did mention we are going to be closed from September 26th to October 14th. This is to be able to do that work in the front entryway of the building. We're going to be redoing the floor as you come into the building. The tile is going to be reglazed and repainted. The restrooms are going to get, everything's going to get ripped out and then put back in as new. We're going to be pulling some cabling to be able to move our internet and our different things. All of our network stuff is going to kind of shift and migrate. And then our furniture is also going to get delivered at that time as well, so we'll see that final piece. And you all should have in front of you a little save the date card. So we are doing our grand reopening of the Lakes Region Library on October 15th. It will be at 9 a.m., so you're all invited to attend that one. We're really looking forward to bringing this one back and kind of finishing the project there. Yes, Edith?
Adam, will Wi-Fi be down at all when the cabling is being pulled?
Yes, temporarily it will be down. It's going to be down for about a day.
Okay.
So on that September 26th and 27th range is when that cabling is going to get pulled. The rest of the time, Wi-Fi should be available. It's just those first 2 days. It's a balance because the cabling has to be pulled directly over where the floor is getting reglazed. So the cable has to get pulled first, then the reglazing is happening. So it should be up and operational October 1 without a problem.
Okay.
Okay. So, any questions on the renovation? Okay.
Good job.
Perfect. All right. And then real briefly with the coastal region renovation, we are moving into this one as well. We've had a couple meetings about the coastal region renovation. We've started to, as I mentioned earlier, weed the collection a little bit. We're adjusting and getting ready for that shift. But we've also met with a different consultant to kind of map out the building and make sure that we know where everything goes. Thankfully, it's 99% the same as the Lakes Region Library, so the majority of things transfer over. There's a few little odd things that we have to address, but for the most part, it's the same layout. So I have a meeting this afternoon actually with several county and vendors and things to meet and talk about our plan going forward to come up with a timeline. I'll very tentatively tell you that I'm hoping this is done by early summer of next year.
Not February.
No, not February. I've learned my lesson there. So hopefully by early summer, we should be able to have a majority of this work completed, but it'll follow the same path as we have over at Lakes Region, the same flooring, the same study rooms. It'll get all those nice upgrades as well, but kind of build on the challenges we had at Lakes. We've fixed some of those things for coastal. So.
Okay.
Good job.
Questions?
No questions. Good job.
Yes,
Okay.
very
Not from
much
me.
so.
You all are free to speak. But from me, no questions.
I can't say thank you enough because I've already been tutoring in that one room that they're allowing without reservations. And Wednesday mornings, I'm going to be teaching writing classes in that mini classroom.
Wonderful.
Or room. It's not a classroom, but it will be a meeting room that turns into a classroom for homeschooled students. And I really appreciate that.
Wonderful.
It is awesome.
Very cool. All right. Fundraising committee update.
Okay, so fundraising committee update, I can go ahead and take this one as well, and then Bob, please feel free to interject as needed. So we've had a couple phone calls, and we had a formal meeting with a fundraising committee just to kind of get things started. Myself, Bob, Taylor, and a couple other volunteers came out to that meeting to just kind of kick things off and get things, kind of some rough ideas planned out. I can give you the big decisions that we needed. We decided that we wanted to have the fundraiser be on Saturday, February 22nd in the evening. I think we're still nailing down a time on that, but it's definitely going to be an evening. It's going to be a Saturday, and still in February, so February 22nd. And the other big piece of information with this fundraiser is going to be that we're going to hold it at the Lakes Region Library. So previously, all other fundraisers have been held over at the Central Ridge branch, but we decided to try something new with this one since we're bringing it back, since it's the first fundraiser we've held in this format since 2020. By having it over at Lakes Region, it addresses one of the issues we had over at Central Ridge, which was parking. There's an overflow parking over at Lakes Region, so we can handle larger events there. And it has the added benefit of we've just renovated that building. And the funds that we've been raising through all these years through the Love Your Library event directly went into that renovation, so we can highlight and show off that this is what your money is being raised for and this is what we're doing with it. So it has several kind of positive layers there for us. But so we're still working on that. We're putting some kind of committee work together. We're discussing some ideas, working through what we want to do as far as like silent auctions, sponsorships, different things like that.
And I think, Taylor, you mentioned that we're going to try and start advertising it at the local meeting that's coming up for the Rotary Club. And so word of mouth advertising is the best. So please save the date, September 22nd. If any people want to be a committee member, we invite you to do that. We'll have to figure out with the lawyers if we have to be on the same committee or we can't be on the same committee with respect to the sunshine laws, but that's a legal question and they'll get that figured out. So anyway, please save the date. We also, if you want to, we're running a silent auction or a raffle. It's 50-50. And the 50-50 is you have to guess how much it is that we're going to make. It's a $1 entry fee, and if you win, you have to give the dollar back to the library. So anybody who wants to enter that on the board, you can do that at the next meeting, okay? Bring your dollar, give it to Adam, and it's 50-50 split, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Annual plan.
Okay. All right. So annual plan. You should have, everyone should have a copy of that one. It is, sorry, the length of the packet that we have. It is page 24 it starts on. So our annual plan of service, we complete one of these each year, and it builds off of our strategic plan that we submitted last year. And our annual plan really just helps us make sure we're achieving some goals that relate to our strategic plan and that we're hitting we've got some individual targets each year. So there's quite a lot in here, but a lot of it is kind of standard stuff that we're trying to continue involvement in programming. We're constantly evaluating our collection. We're refining our resources, things like that. But I want to hit a couple highlights, and then if you all have questions, I'd be happy to try to answer some of those. So a couple things in here. We talked about the print copy scan and the Microsoft migration. That's in our annual plan that we're going to be working on building that, maintaining it this year. One of the big things that you'll see is we're looking to expand our operating hours in January 2025. So the change that's coming out of this is I'm working on a plan to be able to open the Coastal Region Library on Saturdays. So bringing back Saturday hours to the Coastal Region Library. Right now, only 3 of 5 of our branches are open on Saturday. So I'd like to see Coastal become the fourth to that. It's going to open up a lot more opportunity for the people in the Crystal River community and the surrounding area to have access to a library kind of full service on that weekend hour or weekend time. In addition to that, the other change with hours is I'm also working to, instead of having the libraries on a Saturday open at 10, they're going to open at 9. So you'll have 9 to 4 at all libraries on Saturdays to give everyone the extra hour in the morning to be able to utilize the library on a Saturday. But it also standardized it across the board from Monday to Saturday. We're open 9 o'clock. So there's no more 10 o'clock hour is what we're shooting for there. But I figured with the renovation that we're putting all this effort into building up Coastal, we're going to add these meeting spaces, we're going to add the study rooms, we're going to add all this new stuff. We should work on making it more available and open to the public. So that's one of the big changes that we're looking to work through in our annual plan this year.
Okay. Any questions on the annual plan? Now, Director Chang, we have to make a motion to adopt this, correct, and recommend it to the county commissioners.
Yep.
Okay.
I do have one more update for you on the annual plan.
Sorry.
The last update here that is kind of a small one, but it builds on those plans we've been doing over the last couple of years. We've got compassionate care kits, seed libraries, birding backpacks, STEM kits. We're going to be working on a way to introduce book club in a bag for all of the book clubs in our communities. So we're going to be having where you can check out a kit of a particular book, and it's going to have some conversation cards in it, and people can use those for their book clubs. It's a small kind of upgrade for us, but it's one that I think we get a lot of requests for. People always ask us for, do we have a book club that people can check out? Are we part of one? So we're going to have different kits that people can check out and utilize. So just another little service that we're adding.
Okay.
And that was my update.
Real quick before we vote on this, any agenda item that we make a motion for, we have to have open to public. So I'm going to make a motion, first of all, and Robert's Rule of Order does allow for this, that we limit all speeches to 3 for and 3 against for the sake of time. And if I have a second, I'll speak to that.
Second.
The obviously one prevailing wisdom for myself that I have, and this is for matters, all matters before the House, just so we're clear. And the mind can only receive what the behind can endure. So we've been here for a long time. And so I realize that there's some impassionate speeches, and we have a couple topics that we're going to address here in just a few moments, and I want to make it clear this motion is for all matters before the House. So that means every agenda item that we follow afterwards, because every agenda item that we follow afterwards does require, if we have a motion, we do have to have public input. So we have a motion and a second. Do I have all in favor? Say aye. Aye. Can I, all opposed? Motion carries. So that means that all motions that we present, if there isn't a motion, once we have public input, it's 3 speeches for and 3 speeches against, and then we close public input on that motion. That also gives, Robert's Rule of Orders gives us liberty in that if you have 3 for and 2 against, or vice versa, and no one calls, you can move on. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. So I'd like to make a motion to adopt the strategic plan as written. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Chair?
Actually, I have to wait. You're right. So we can't adopt it
I
yet.
say annual plan.
Annual plan, thank you. And it's a recommendation before the board. So now, before we can say all in favor, I apologize, I got out of order. We have to open it to the public. Is there anyone that would like to speak on the annual plan as we have it? Specifically to the motion.
I have a question. Does the annual plan include like the adoption of any policy?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Yep. Not as I read it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Anyone, public input? Seeing that there's no one for public input, I'll close public input. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Let's move forward. Adopt it. Okay. Now, let's see where we're at here. The budget. Right. Director Chang, would you like to present the budget?
Sure, absolutely. Okay, so you all should have the budget in front of you. It is page 29 of your packet it starts on. And I'm going to go through some of the, just some pieces here, and then if you all have questions about the budget, please do ask as we kind of go through it. The main thing that I want to kind of talk about first is the top line where it says personnel services. You're going to see a bit of a jump there between this fiscal year versus next. A good portion of that is what's said at the county level is the healthcare costs and cost of living increase. That's a bulk of that difference. But there is included in there 2 additional part-time staff that we'd look to add. And that is to help facilitate the opening of the Coastal Region Library. They do need additional staff there to support that opening and rebalance some hours. So you'll see there's 2 part-time staff there. That was one of the more economical ways to be able to open that building, was to add the staff in.
And excuse me for clarification, the opening of Saturday for the, right?
Yes, Saturday's over at Coastal Region, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All right, and then if you want to jump to, unless you have questions, does anybody have questions on that first page?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Where do you guys travel to?
So we travel to, depending on which line you're looking at travel, there's 2 different things. We do local travel, and then we travel to different workshops and conferences. So it's traveling between branches. So if you start at one location and you travel to another, there's a travel cost there.
Huh.
Or if you travel to a workshop, if you're leaving out of county, there is mileage
Yeah,
paid for that.
Workshop, but just traveling between branches is considered an expense?
Yes. Yep. If you start, well, not your first location, but if you're going to a second additional location. So for example, we have a custodian that cleans multiple locations. If they're not utilizing our county vehicle, which we have a county vehicle which cuts down a lot of travel, but if that vehicle's in the shop, they clean multiple branches. They can hit 2 or 3 branches, and they do get paid mileage as part of that. Same thing with our some of our other staff if they're doing branch coverage. If you started a branch at 8, but at 10 o'clock I say, okay, we had somebody call out at this location, I need you to go there. We do pay mileage for that as well. Any kind of required travel that's from the initial location we pay for.
First page, just it's not a question, it's more of a statement, and that is that the recommended budget for 2024 is $3,385,543, and for 2023 to 2024 it was $3,199 or $199,512, and in fact your projection is $3,039,989, so you're projected to be under budget, so kudos to that. It is also my understanding that the significant increase of this is the majority to do with the cost of living raises that the county has prescribed, correct?
Yeah, and healthcare costs going up as well for full-time employees. That deals with the personnel services, but on the second page, page 30, is the total increase for everything.
Okay.
So it jumps from 4.9 to almost 5.3 is our overall cost increase. And in that, there's some large purchases in there. There's a re-roofing of the Lakes Region Library. That's about $175,000 to re-roof that. That's a cost that we deferred last year, but we do need to get that roof replaced this year.
And I do have a question about that, but or do you want to go page by page on this?
We can,
Okay.
certainly, yep.
I still, on page 1,
Sure.
meals?
Meals, yes. So depending on that as well, meals, if we leave the county, there is set times that you can receive money for that if you're traveling and you're overnight or
I got that.
leaving out throughout the day. Is that the wrong meals? There's 2 sections of meals.
Those are meals for the employees.
Is it meals at the bottom of the page? Is that the one you're
Page
referring
1.
to?
Page 1.
Page 1 at the bottom? Towards the bottom
Yeah,
of the
that's
meal?
what, the 3,600.
Okay, so that meals, there's 2 separate meals, I'm sorry about that. The meals on the bottom of that 3,600 is for a volunteer appreciation event. So we hold a volunteer appreciation event every April, where we bring in kind of a catered breakfast for all of our volunteers, and that's what that funding is for.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone else on the first page?
On the first page? No.
Okay. Second page. Go ahead.
So our second page just outlines our total cost. This gets a little clearer, I think, in the additional pages that are there because it breaks down each particular account and then it breaks line by line what those dollar amounts are for. So when you see like buildings here, for example, 175, in the subsequent pages you'll see why that's broken out there.
Right.
But the big highlight here is that we're looking at just under 5.3 million going from 4.95. So there's an increase there, but a lot of that is the roofing costs that's built in there.
Okay. Next. Or any questions? I apologize. On
So
that page.
I have a question. We have 5 libraries.
Yes.
So on average, each library costs about $1 million a year to run.
I mean, I don't think so in those terms, but I guess if you're looking at the 5 million price tag there, then yes, you could get to that conclusion, yes. But I would say that certain libraries don't require as much, like Floral City Library certainly isn't $1 million to operate that building. It depends on the maintenance that we're putting in and what we're doing as well.
I will say, to your point, it in a couple pages, that is broken down in some of the expenses, and you'll see that some of the utilities are different based upon different places. So, so it's not yes, but it's overall yes.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, I've moved forward.
Okay.
I know what it is, but my question is why? MailChimp.
MailChimp, okay. So MailChimp is what we use for our newsletter right now that we send out notifications for, bestseller lists, things like that. We are getting away from MailChimp, and that's where Patron Point is going to come in because it's going to allow us to do better with our email marketing and information in that regard, but we use MailChimp currently.
Okay.
Okay. I guess we would be on the third page. Is that correct?
I think so, yes. Yep.
Which would be the expenditure detail where it begins.
Yep.
Any questions on the third page? I don't think you need to, yeah. Any questions on the third page?
Is WordPress like Substack?
WordPress that's for writing websites.
Yep.
Right, Substack's like that too, and I think it's free. I'm just saying.
It might be it might be similar. I'd have to investigate that. But right now, all of our public facing and I believe some of our internal stuff is hosted through WordPress. But I can look into that.
And then any questions on the fourth page? Fifth page? Sixth page. Now I have lost where I'm at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seventh page. Any questions?
What page number are you on?
Okay, it's 35. I apologize. That would be easier. I'll just say that. How about that? Page 35 of the overall packet here. Any questions? No? All right, page 36 of the overall packet. And page 37. I do have I don't know what you want to call it. It's more of a statement. It's not that it would affect me as far as voting for this, but we have $175,000 listed for the roof of Lakes Region.
Yes.
I assume we've had estimates and following the typical estimate.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So I can give you a little background on that. We did start at the beginning of the year. Last year when we were trying to do this roof, it was $130,000. The current estimate is $175,000. So it's prudent for us to
move
look
forward
at getting that done because the cost is going to go up. And we've had one of the issues with Lakes Region. We had a tree fall on the roof. It was due for replacement anyways, but we had a tree that hit the roof and it caused significant damage on the roof. But it's fine right now, but it does need to be replaced.
And Lakes Region is a flat roof style. Is that correct?
Yes.
So just to give you, I did a little bit of research only because I am, that's kind of my background. So not roofing per se, but construction, that sort of stuff. And so Lakes Region is approximately 15,000 square feet total under
Yes.
roof.
Yep.
Okay. And so just to give you some ideas, we actually replaced the roof at our Crystal River campus. We actually replaced the roof on our main sanctuary as well as the ministry complex, and which is about 31,000 square feet. And we utilize a process where they actually they go in, test if you got any wood that is damaged or maybe even compromised in certain way, and they use machines that are able to check density and moisture and such, and they're quite. This organization is ACR1. ACR1, it's a roofing company, and they are first class. Now here's the main thing: what they do is they come in, they repair all of that, and then they use a process where they take 40 mils of membrane and siliconizer. And so it's layer after layer after layer. So you'd have silicone, the membrane, silicone, the membrane, silicone, and such and such. And it has a 15-year warranty, commercial warranty right off the gate, and which is pretty extensive for anything commercial nowadays. And it was $100,000 for both of those roofs, which is 31,000 square feet. So I'm not saying that those estimates aren't correct at all. I would not, and personally, this would not affect my recommendation on this budget. I'm just saying you may want to research that company. They do a phenomenal job. And here's the thing: every roof afterwards, you have something. Now, there is the potential that this could include something like soffit and fascia and all that other stuff as well. Is that
potentially? Yes. I truthfully don't have much to do with the re-roofing portion of it. It's all done through our county's facilities department. They give me the quote. They say, your building needs a new roof. This is what it costs. I haven't gotten too into the weeds of
Okay.
those things. They recommended that, and that's.
And I understand that. And so my thing is if, just saying off the top, and I would not speculate, but 31,000 we did for $100,000 last year. Talking 15,000. It was a flat roof, 15,000 square feet, and their customer service has been wonderful. If there's been any issue or whatever, Johnny on the spot, so to speak, right there. I would highly recommend to whomever that would be to, hey, can you check into this alternative? It's there's enough research out there that this isn't something they just started 2 years ago. Right. This is something they've been doing for a while. And so my mind is right off the gate, you might be able to save $100,000 to $75,000, $75,000 to $100,000 in your budget right there. But again, this would not sway my opinion of voting for this budget at all. And that's all I have on that page. Anybody else?
I have a question.
Yes.
You first.
Go ahead.
Okay. I see on here the Florida organizational membership for 1,000, and then I see the Florida Library Association. I'm wondering whose membership is that one, and is it different from the organizational? And then also, I'm wondering how many people can attend the Florida Library Association conference that has 1,600 under it for under the Florida organizational membership. So in other words, like I know when we have, I think CF Libraries has a membership to FLA, the organizational one, and we send usually one person for the whole conference. And so I'm just wondering how that works for the public library.
Okay, sure. For the, this is on page 36, going back to the organizational membership, yes, that is a membership for the actual library itself to be an organizational member. To answer your question about how many people that does allow us to send to the conference each year is 3 people.
Okay.
So we do send 3 staff through that. The other is put through a different line item on our budget. So we send about 5 people per year to the conference. So that's the organizational piece. And then the other piece of that is the Florida Library Association membership that you see there at $175. That is a individual membership for the director.
Can we do Zoom instead of sending people to conferences? Just asking.
For the Florida Library Association,
For the trainings.
Right? No, there's not an option to do a full Zoom to attend that conference.
There was during the pandemic, but they're no longer doing that. I think they stopped, 2 years at least ago?
They did, and it was due to cost.
Yeah.
The cost to create a room that was
Right.
that could be mic'd up and handle that,
Exactly.
and the bandwidth, all the stuff that goes with it.
Yeah, and so I think that's actually pretty good for 3 people for the organizational membership. I'm going to have to ask our library director for the CF libraries if ours is 1 or 3. I was always under the impression of 1, so that's a good flag in my head. But wondering if we need to address the individual membership or not budgetly, or any other discussion on that being an individual membership.
Yeah, and so that was my sticking point with the ALA. Now, it was under my understanding originally that the Florida Library Association membership, that was actually for the organization. Now, so the organization is benefiting from that, though, is what the case is? So
yes.
If you can, in a matter of, minutes, rather, generally just speak what that gives us as a library, the library as a whole. I'm not opposed to you belonging to whatever membership you want to, that's your business.
Sure.
But what are we getting, the library itself?
Right, exactly, since we're paying for 2 types of memberships to FLA.
Sure. So for the membership, what the county, what the benefit is there is essentially attending the conferences, attending workshops, professional developments, There's network that goes into that. There's different networking opportunities. There are staff that serve on different committees through the Florida Library Association, which again broadens their professional development. They learn different skills that way, and it's a lot of networking is what directly we get. And I can speak personally for the benefit of FLA. Without the network that I've built through the Florida Library Association, I would not be where I am today without it.
Okay. And so you mean access to information, things that's out there that this community would not otherwise be privy to, or the information we would not know of without being in there? I mean, I think that goes without saying. Any kind of large network like that, that's kind of the reason why you go to it. But is it my understanding that it also provides us some certain discounts on purchases as well, or is it?
Not through the Florida Library Association. That was the case with the American Library Association. There was a direct discount with purchases through different companies there for things like Library Card Sign-Up Month. But the Florida Library Association, to my knowledge, you do not receive any kind of discount on purchases, on anything like that. It's strictly a professional development and a networking piece that we look for that.
So basically, it's giving you another, the individual membership for the director gives you another availability to go to the conference and other networking opportunities.
Yes.
Also, I did find out that the county does pay for individual memberships to associations throughout the county. It's not just the library. So that is something that came to my attention as well. So.
My comment on that is, back in Flossmoor, we regularly sent 2 or 3 of our staff annually to the American Library Association meetings. And when they came back and gave the reports, in addition to networking, they always had a couple of creative ideas that our community really benefited by. And I would be a strong supporter of continuing that type of activity. I do have another comment. One of the things that I used to do back at our $1.7 million budget in general was to take the total personnel costs and divide that by the total library cost minus any capital outlays. What we have as capital outlays are buildings and then machinery and equipment. That would be consistent with what I did back in Flossmoor. We also have library books and publications as part of capital libraries. That was not included in what we had up there. We ran about 67% of our total budget, excluding capital outlays, was for basically what I'll call payroll. And last year, doing the arithmetic, our actual was about 65% here, and our budget is about 66%. So that's very consistent with what I'm familiar with at our smaller library.
Okay.
So I would support those particular budgetary items.
And I would imagine that a lot of the ideas that Taylor presents to us up here and different things that are going on, some of those ideas come from those conferences, I would.
Yes, that is the case. And we also do present at those conferences from occasion as well, sharing our ideas as well. It gives us that, it gives us a bit more recognition as far as our community, but it gives the staff members that empowerment to be able to share the projects that they've created as well. So there's multiple benefit there too.
Mr. Chairman, I need to step out for just a minute.
You need a break?
Not a break like that, but I need a
Understood.
break for a minute.
No problem. All right.
I have a question. What service does the Overdrive application hosting provide for $12,500?
So Overdrive application hosting, that is our subscription to ebooks, magazines in this case. It's our platform for ebooks and magazines. So we get I don't want to give you the wrong number, but it's several hundred, if not several thousand magazines that it does provide access to. Is it 400 or 4,000? I was going to say it was about 3,000, but it gives us about 4,000 magazines for that cost. They're all simultaneous use. There's an extensive back catalog. It cuts down a lot of the issue that we were receiving where we're getting things in the mail now instead of delivered by courier. So we're getting things at a faster rate for the public, and they're really picking up on the digital side of things. We hit well over 100,000 checkouts this year with digital. We're seeing that's our fastest growing area. That's in our annual plan, but I didn't really hit on that. But that's what that cost is.
So you said, does that mean that you can, as many people as that would like to, can check that out at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the digital newspapers, is that under Overdrive or another subscription?
Digital newspapers would be under another subscription. That's something that's kind of sitting in the budget for us to investigate and look at bringing forward what digital options are there. So we haven't moved on that yet, but it's one of those things that because there's such an increase in a demand in digital, so I mentioned the circulation of digital materials about 100,000 already. Canopy we launched in January. That's going to break 5,000 checkouts in less than a year. We pay about $3,500 right now for Canopy, maybe 4,000. So it's far. We're getting a lot of value out of that, and I'm assuming digital newspapers we're going to eventually move in that direction because of the way that things are being delivered. The Chronicle now is our local paper. Does a wonderful job getting it to us, but more and more papers are getting delivered through the mail versus courier, and you're getting day or 2 day old news that people are paying for, and they should be able to get it instantly.
Right.
So that's kind of where that's headed.
Okay,
But
great.
that's just for our county paper, right? That's not going to include every single state's paper, is it?
Well, that digital paper will never include the Chronicle, as far as I'm aware, because the Chronicle physically delivers to us. But this would include any other paper that we're looking to work with.
So it includes all the state's papers?
No, it won't include all of them. It'll include a selection of papers.
It really depends on what subscription service for newspapers that is selected, that is within that budget. And so, like, for instance, our CF Digital Library for newspapers includes Newsbank, which is national, Metro, and I believe we have a lot of local papers within Florida within that service. And then we also have ProQuest, which doesn't offer local or Florida newspapers necessarily, but only the major metro and some of the other, I won't say indie, but I guess probably more independent newspapers. And so.
Does it provide archives for the papers?
It really depends on the service again. Like, for instance, we also have, separately from those two services, we have the New York Times and we have the New York Times Historical, which goes way back. I'm not even going to quote how far back it goes, but it's archival. And so it really just depends on what's chosen and what we can afford within the 4,500.
Okay.
Okay. Anything on page 37 anymore?
What is the 60,000 that's in parentheses? Library books and publications.
And that is on which page?
The last page, 37.
Oh, I see that. Yeah, 37.
60,000. Okay, that is. Let me go back to where I can.
That'd be a debit.
So our overall budget for books and materials is the 372,000. And that difference there is different donations and things that we receive through like state aid. And that fluctuates each year, but that's where that comes from. So we do spend all of our state aid funding on collection. And we also do get a portion of the Friends book sales. When they donate the money to the library, it goes to collection. So it's being transferred into that area is where it's coming from.
Okay,
Cool.
thank you.
Anything else? All right, that's it. All right. Do we have a motion on the table for the budget?
So moved.
I second, now you have to clarify what your motion is. Sorry.
Move that the budget be approved as submitted.
Okay, second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All against? Oh, sorry. I do have to, we have to stop that. I did it again. I am sorry. We have been here for almost 4 hours. We have to open for public. And so I apologize. We have a motion and a second. We do not have an approval. So remember 3-4, 3 against. And so when you state up here, state your name, state whether you're for the motion or against the motion, and then we'll roll. Okay. Any speakers?
I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for, trying to keep the budget under control. However, last year we did have an 18.
Excuse me, sir.
I'm sorry, John
For,
Labriola.
against,
I'm actually, I think more or less, I feel like it should come down a little bit, like the value of the budget should come
So
down a
you're
little bit.
against the motion as presented?
Yeah, but anyway, I get 3 minutes, so I wanted to just say that last year the county upped the budget by 18%. So I think, to the degree that, if we're staying the same, we're still up 18% from 2 years ago. So I think overall it's good that we're keeping the budget pretty constant, but to some extent I think we should try to see if we can cut it more. Particularly, there's some publications like Book Page that, you get multiple book pages and various branches. People don't really read them. If you do read them, there's a lot of just stuff that really doesn't apply to our community. So if you look at things like Book Page and other publications, I just think to what extent you can, I think you should try to bring it down, maybe 2%, 3%, whatever, just over last year's budget. So anyway, just take a look at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Speaker.
Can I make a motion for an independent audit?
Not at this moment. We have a motion on the table, I guess you would say. It's actually on the floor. Now it's coming back to me. So we have a motion on the floor, so we have to handle that one first. So any other public comment? Come on, you can come up. And if you've already filled out a green card, then you're good. But you do need to state your name and whether you are for or against the motion. Not the budget, but the motion. You obviously can speak on it.
Matthew Suzuki, and I'm for the motion because I don't know about anybody else, but 2 years ago I was in a pandemic, and yes, gas was down, and it's because people weren't using it. Same goes with closures of public places during the pandemic. Anything in my life has gone up in the last 2 years, and I don't see where you guys seem to be doing a great job in researching and providing. And so I believe that it's not unreasonable to expect roof goes up from 130 to 165. It tells you that everything has gone up. So I fully understand where we have to make allowances for everything costing more. And the proposals have all been in the interest of the whole library system, and I think it's reasonable and acceptable.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Jean Messersmith, and I am a resident of Inverness. I'm coming up here to say support the budget. With the high usage that we're seeing, with the digital process that's going forward, we really need to be advancing our budget accordingly. And anything that we can do to bring the kids in the libraries, bring adults into our libraries, and that costs money these days. Personnel and benefits, salary and benefits are not cheap. And over again, they're saying that we need to up our salaries, our payrolls, because we need to attract and keep our staff. And We are seeing a lot of statistics in this county about poverty and low income. We need to make sure that we're keeping and retaining our staff here for our libraries. I just have one caution about any workshops that we're talking about. Try to stay away from divisiveness, and that's where you get an open forum, and our budget, keep it within our means, but also attract and retain our salaries, our staff, okay?
Thank you. Next. So just so we're clear, we have 2 for and 1 against the motion as it is stated.
This may be a dumb question, but would passing this budget green light the roofing
Excuse me.
project?
I love your ringtones. You're gonna have to reset that. Thank you, Mrs. I love those. You have to say whether you're speaking for or against. I apologize with the motion that's against. So public comment has happened. It's up to you as to whether you stay with that or not. Just
I can't be neutral.
No, not
Okay.
really.
Because I really just, okay, then I'll say against.
Okay.
Because I don't know if passing this budget green lights the roofing project at the Lakes region without further review for lower prices, because it does sound like that price is high based on your information that you gave. I don't think that we necessarily have to always say everything has to be increased. I do understand that people have to be paid more and healthcare costs go up and that kind of thing. But so I'm just saying, as a matter of being against this, that I think that we should look into making cuts wherever possible, because we're not always going to be living in high times like we are now. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, Robin Orlandi. I'm for the budget. I'm for it simply because I trust that this board, the library staff and director, and the Board of County Commissioners will do due diligence in looking at things like the cost of the construction project. Also, library budgets typically are one of the items that gets cut first in the overall county budget. So you can't go low and then try to come higher if you need extra money. If you start higher and the county cuts the budget, then that's their choice. Additionally, with the rate of growth in the county that's projected, as I know you're all familiar with, and the Board of County Commissioners talks about nonstop, we're going to need more library services, not less. We're going to need more staff, not less. So I believe, based on what I've heard, that all of these are good programs. The training is essential for staff to learn the best trends, the best services they can possibly offer in order to reflect the needs of the community and provide the highest level of service. And finally, I would say that Book Pages is a terrific publication. I've not been in a library or in a library book group where members haven't picked that up, because it gives you an idea of what's coming out, what might be good to read, and to talk about, and for staff to talk about books. So I would counter the previous information and say that publication does get picked up. Every time I'm in the library, I take it home. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Just for clarification, we have 3 for and 2 against. So any further speakers would have to be against. Anyone else? All right. Seeing there's no other speakers, we will close public comment. We have a motion on the floor to adopt the budget as presented. Of course, you board members are free to speak as to why or for or against, why you're against or for, and go from there. Anybody have any comment on that?
I'd like to see the cost come down too, so I'm asking to consider an independent audit.
Okay. Now, just a reminder, you do have the ability to make that motion after
Submit.
Right. I would, my comment is, I hear specifically, Mr. O'Connell, I hear what you said with regards to there's some places that we probably could make it. I feel confident in Director Chang. I do know that a lot of these costs straight across the board were, the majority of them were for opening up on Saturday, not majority, I'm sorry, a good portion was for opening up on Saturday to part-time employees, in addition to the rising cost of healthcare and salary. I do want to make just a general statement. We said it earlier, but they are under budget by a significant amount from last year, from the budget that was presented, the amount that was spent. So they're not running in deficit. I would say that right there is just another sign of confidence I have in them. I would strongly suggest, I don't know that I want to go through the time, honestly, of making a motion to tell you to present to the board my specific comments on the roof. I'm just saying I feel like that would be prudent on the library's behalf to do so and say, hey, this may be a little high. Can we figure something out here? And certainly on the county's behalf. But as far as that's concerned, I'm okay as presented. Anyone else?
Chair, may I clarify the roofing thing a little bit?
Yeah.
The $175,000 is an estimate. It's not the final price by
Right.
any means. The county has given me that price. It should not necessarily exceed that price, but it's given there so there's room to maneuver within that.
And
So
I
it's not by any means we're going to pay $175,000 for this roof. It's just the estimation that they've given. So we are still going to get bids on it. Yes, essentially, yes. That's what I was trying to say.
Just a quick question. Actual cost on page 29 at the top looks really good, like you said, but that's of April. That's not of present. That's 5 months ago. So do we have an idea, like just a ballpark figure of how close we are to that under budget now, 5 months later?
I don't have that number in front of me today.
Excuse me, are you saying specifically with regards to the expense item on the roof, or are you talking about
No,
the
I'm
overall
talking
projection?
overall. From the page 29, 23,
Right.
24 actual as of 4/30. And we're saying we're way under budget, which we are. We're only like halfway there. But that was 5 months ago. So are we staying still under budget? That would be good information to have. It's not, I completely get the fact that all of the things that we're putting into it for people to be able to use outside of the library. And like a number of patrons said, our community is growing faster, and the people that are needing it for other things, as small businesses, schooling, whatever, is growing faster, that I can't see how we could major cut budget except for things like you said, the roof or things, because a lot of the things we cannot do without.
Right.
And projecting. But it's a $186,000 difference, so cutting that roof could be a part of that, but at the same time, how much better are we this year in actuality to date than we are, or close, just a ballpark figure would be good information.
I would say the numbers that are presented to us there on 29 obviously are just a projection, but, you have the actual that has been spent, and, that's actually over here. The actual is $2,286,701. And then there's projection from April, as you mentioned, to spend another $2,310,715. I would imagine the majority of that would be to do with the renovation costs. Am I wrong to suggest that?
What page are we?
So we're actually on 30.
30, okay. So the total cost of this is everything that goes into the library itself. It's operating supplies, it's salaries, it's benefits, it's buying materials, it's utilities, all of those things.
So, Mr. Chang, my question is that is including the renovation as well?
No, renovation is its own separate account.
Okay, so you're talking about Lakes Region?
Yeah, Lakes Region, and that cannot exceed $600,000. That's set aside in a separate
Okay.
account that's being spent down as projects come through.
So from April to fiscal year ends what, September?
Yes.
Okay, so April, May, June, July, August, September, so that's 6 months. So that would be easy to understand how you would spend another 50% of the total budget in that time frame.
Yes, we will be, at the end of this, we will not have exceeded our budget, we'll be under budget in most of these areas. It depends on different things that occur. Sometimes our maintenance expenses go up because we have, like, for example, we had vehicle repairs. We had to take one of our vehicles to a dealership versus doing the work in-house in the county. That was more than we budgeted for, but in other areas, it's less.
And you feel pretty confident in that?
Yeah, we'll definitely be under budget, yes.
And if you take a look at the second to last column, it says
Projected.
2023, 2024 total projected. Okay. When were those numbers calculated as of? Was that like your July numbers or June numbers?
I don't have specifics on when those were calculated, unfortunately.
Because presuming those are pretty accurate.
Yep.
We're actually coming in 7% under budget based on those numbers.
Those numbers were at least generated in July at the latest, because this has been, we've had this since July, this figure, so I can tell you that's as current as I can tell you they are.
So you're coming in about 7% under budget.
That's good information, thank you.
Yes. All right. Anyone else?
I've got one more,
Yes.
well, comment anyways. Impact fees also change during each year. So with the growth or the projected growth for Citrus County, you know, I believe that actually impact fees will also add to our budget, correct?
Impact fees can only be used on expansion of service, not replacement of the VEAS funds. So yes, we do receive impact fees for every new construction, but it can't be used to really offset any of this.
Okay.
It couldn't be used for renovation either. So it's expansion basically for growth.
Okay.
So that's for a capital expenditure. Would that be correct, the impact fee? Or would that be to add labor?
I would say land.
It wouldn't be to add labor. No, it's.
No, new construction only.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right. Everyone feel comfortable with voting?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so the motion is on the floor is to accept the budget as presented. We do have a motion and a second, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against?
Aye.
One against, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4. All right. Is that correct? My math right? I think. Okay. All right, so next, before we move on to the next item, Member Clyde, did you have a motion you wanted to present on, and this is pertaining to the budget, so I'll entertain it.
Yes, I'm recommending an independent audit of the budget.
You're making a motion
Motion.
to recommend.
Yes.
Yep. Do you, any second? I'll second it and allow the member to speak to it. Go ahead. You can speak to your motion.
I would like to have an independent audit. You know, we've had a lot of controversy in the library. We've been here for, you know, almost 5 hours now, right?
Yeah.
I think
Well,
that
4.
we should have an independent audit and just make sure everything is flush. It's standard procedure typically anyway, isn't it? So that's my motion. Independent audit.
So, it's under my understanding that the county has a process for that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. We do, we do have to open to public. So anyways, we need 3 for, 3 and against.
Can I
and-
ask a question before we go there?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the county's process? That would help us,
So
and
the bu-
those listening as well.
Sure, the budget is developed within the guidelines that the county gives us. They set parameters each year, and then this goes through our management and budget department. So they vet and look through all of this. They update and are aware of all the audit procedures, things like that. We turn in our budget, they check it through management and budget, their department director, and it goes to the county commissioners. But there is safeguards in place. It's not me just creating this budget and running wild with it.
But as far as an audit, is there an external audit that's ever done, like yearly, every 5 years, every 2 years?
I don't have that information specific in front of me, but I can certainly find out and let you know. But with it being the county, there are safeguards in place. It's not, those things are being done, but I just can't tell you with the frequency they are. But I'll certainly find that out, and I'll email out to all of you.
Thank you.
All right.
Absolutely.
Open to public. Please state your name and whether you're rising for
John
or against
Labriel.
the.
I'm John Labriel from Inverness. I believe it's a good idea, but one specific area I wanted.
So you're for?
Yeah, one specific area that I wanted if there's an audit to focus on is this area of we're talking about a lot of books coming into the system. We don't know what they are. The library staff doesn't have time to vet them properly. A pornographic book ended up in the library's, children or young adult section. So if there's one area, and specifically where we need to slow down, our spending, it's in the area of book purchases. So we need to slow down the book purchases to a level where it's manageable, so people can look at the books that are being purchased. The other area that was mentioned was that the review of books by staff, it costs a lot of money. I don't know if that's the case, but if that's the case, then that should be another reason why this area should be looked at. But I mean, is that true? Did the staff spend additional? Was it additional money that was given to staff in order to review the books, or was that just done on their actual time? That was a question. But anyway, that's where I wanted to talk. What I wanted to talk about.
Thank you, Mr. Labriola. Anyone else? State your name and whether you're rising for or against the motion as presented.
Joanne Messina, against the motion. I believe all county budgets are audited. Audits take place at the completion of a fiscal year, and it's a look back at the process. It's not looking forward.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Janet Genova. I agree with the previous speaker. It is not.
So against the motion.
I am against the motion, yes.
Thank you.
Robin Orlandi, I'm against the motion. My main question is independent audit, who pays for it? It's an extra cost, and the county already has auditing processes in place. For all those reasons, I have confidence in the budget as presented. Thank you.
All right, and we have 3 against. The remainder of speeches would have to be for. So we have 1 for.
Mike O'Connell, Floral City. I just would like a little clarification. Independent county, who does it?
Mike, you have to speak for or against. I apologize.
I'm for.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, I think sunshine is a good thing. This has nothing to do with the handling of the library system by Director Tang. I think he's doing a fine job. But it's good to, he's not sure about these audits. Another speaker, she wasn't sure, even though she said it's audited every year, she thinks. So I think that a little sunshine is a good thing. It's like rainwater. It just cleans everything up. So
Okay.
I'm for it.
We have room for 1 more speech for, if anyone is speaking. Seeing there's no other speakers, we're closing open to public. You wanted to say
I
something?
have a question. Anybody that opposed, are they responsible for fundraising?
I don't understand your.
Okay, so I'm asking for an independent audit, and I'm asking if anybody that opposed my motion for an independent audit, if they're involved in fundraising.
So is that a question or
Yeah.
an amendment to your motion? So that's a question.
Is there anybody in the audience that is involved in fundraising that's opposing my motion for an independent audit?
So my question is, are you asking a question or are you amending your motion? You're asking a question, correct?
Yes, I want to know if anybody is involved in fundraising that's opposing my motion for an independent audit.
Okay. It is the chair's opinion that it would not be appropriate for us to have that kind of conversation back and forth with a motion on the table.
Okay.
Okay? All All right, so any other whatever we're doing right now, conversation.
Longest meeting I think I've ever had.
Marathon was the word. Okay, so, I'm sorry.
Do we know how much this audit costs and
No.
who's going to do it?
That would be all conjecture.
We're
So-
recommending to the commission to have an independent audit. That's what it is.
And that's the motion as it is mentioned, and we will vote on that. My personal opinion is, I would be more inclined, Director Chang, in the October meeting, if you could just give us information as to what the process is for auditing. So I will vote against this motion, and with that in mindset in mind.
Could we table it until October?
That would actually be the person who presented the motion. I would say no, because we've already had the public input. So I would say no. Now, just a clarification again. When we vote, we're recommending for the county commission to make this decision. So, I mean, in essence, and that is a good point to say, is that we make the motion for them to recommend, for us to recommend it to the county commission, and then it's up to the county commission to determine if that's feasible or not. So,
I'm still kind of caught on the purpose. Now, Mr. Labriola mentioned, and I'm thinking that he's concerned with purchasing procedures more than, say, an audit of the budget. And so if that's the case, the motion may need to be amended to
right, and so my thinking is that could also, some of that could come out of a community workshop per we do. So what we might be doing is we might be voting on something that is imperfect. And there again.
That's
it's
my point, yes.
Okay. Any other speakers?
Mr. Chairman, the one public comment said an audit is a look back. Okay? Our budget is going forward. The budget has to be approved, it's recommended by us, which has been done, but then it is approved by the county commissioners.
Correct.
So if there is a question, if the motion is about an audit, it really has to be an audit of the last year's operations to make sure that the money was spent properly and there wasn't anything that was improper. So to come back to the budget is submitted for approval to the county commissioners. After it's done, then if you want to check to see that the money that was spent according to the budget, that's where your audit comes in. So as the motion is currently proposed, I would vote against it because it's for the upcoming budget itself, not for the past.
Understood. And thank you for that clarification. That is a wise statement. Okay. Anyone else? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
Nay. No.
Aye. Aye would be the proper word.
Aye.
Yeah, all opposed,
Aye.
aye. Yeah.
Opposed.
All right, the motion fails. So, all right, we got through the budget. So now, we have a presentation from the library staff, from Director Chang with regards to policy number 12 and number 14. It is the opinion of the chair that this potentially could take some time too in deliberation. So it is in the opinion of the chair, a break would be well received. Would anyone else like a break? 5 minutes. Well, I'll put it to you this way: the chair's breaking. Y'all can do what you want.
I love that. another box. But I have another one that's a book reader.
Rick was going outside to a warm up. He was a little chill. Lovely.
It is a big book.
I am very hungry, but I just got informed that we have to stop at 12:30.
I am sorry that my phone went off. I have it on Do Not Disturb. Live in North Carolina. They call me every day.
Yeah.
I told all mine, do not call me until I tell you to. Text me.
That's right.
Well, I like to hear their voice.
I know, but I can text them and say, yes, I can talk, but no, I'm not done.
All right, we're going to call back to order. I was just informed by county staff that we do have a hard break at 12. Yeah. We're going to call back to order. 12:30, we have to clear out of this room. So, yeah, nobody's happier than us, I promise. So anyways, so we're going to get down to business here real quick. I would say we're going to do what we can, but at 12:30, you know, short of the Gestapo coming in here and ushering us out, we're going to have to go. So the meeting will adjourn at 12:30. What we don't get done, we will put on for the next agenda on the next meeting, and we'll handle it and go from there. All right, so, okay. Director Chang, we're ready to go. We have enough here. Let's move. Let's go on.
Okay, this is for Collection Development Policy 12 and Policy 14, which is the exhibits, bulletin boards. So the Library Policy 12 deals with our collection development. It outlines the guidelines, philosophy, and responsibilities that we uphold as far as our collection maintenance. The introduction section defines that we as library systems strive to have a broad range of materials available to serve all members of the community. Below that, I think this is where some of the questions came about the links that were involved in the policy. So on the library's website right now, if you look at Policy 12, it had those five links that link directly to the American Library Association. There was some concern about those being external links that were on our website because they link directly to the American Library Association. So one of the changes I worked with staff to do was to, that information still remains, but now it's in those collapsible drop-downs you'll see on the screen there. And if you click on each one of those, all of the information is still there. The link, all the content from the link is there, but it does not link to an external source anymore. So it collapses it. It's still readable where you can click the drop down and then it just formats all that information for you there. So information is unchanged. It's just it no longer directly links to an external source.
Well, looking at it, it actually looks like that it still goes to the ALA page with the ALA navigation to the left. And so I would like to see the collection development documents be just the documents themselves, and the attribution can be to ALA, but anybody can actually Google ALA collection development policy or Bill of Rights or whatever and come up with the actual web page themselves. And so like if we could have the actual ALA site gone, that would be, I think, what is most desired.
Mr. Chang, have you made these changes yet?
Yes.
Okay, so are you talking about?
I'm talking about what is now on the web page. It still goes to the ALA site.
No, not as of now. I had this updated, so you'll see on the left, there's those drop downs. If you click on those, it brings up the information there, but there's no external linking. ALA is cited as that's where this information came from,
Right.
but it is not. You can't get to ALA from that. I don't believe at this point. I'll
Well,
go back and verify that, but
Go back and verify, because what I saw when I click on the document link up there now.
Mhm.
It goes to the ALA page where it has ALA navigation on the left.
Okay, I'll go back and look at that, but our intention with this is to remove that external link. So
Right.
if
Well,
that is in case linking there, I will make sure it
Yeah,
doesn't
it
link,
still
but
goes
that's the goal with this, is to remove that link so it doesn't take you external.
Right.
So I'll go back and verify that. If it is doing that, we will stop it from externally linking, but it will still maintain that same set of information about libraries as American value, Bill of Rights, freedom to
Right.
read, freedom to view, and those statements will still exist, but they won't externally link.
Thank you.
Okay, so it may have been a delay that we had that, but we'll make sure that doesn't externally link anymore. But that way it keeps the same information, there's not any adjustments there, only the
Yeah,
external
just
linking
look to the
difference.
left and make sure the navigation is gone.
We will do that.
All right.
It's not there?
So
Okay, I'll double check.
that's kind of that
'Cause when I looked
piece there.
yesterday, it was there. Okay.
It goes into our philosophy a little bit, which mentions that we don't support any particular viewpoint. We're buying a broad range of materials. We judge works by the whole, not just select passages. And then there's that statement that says parents and legal guardians have both the right and responsibility to guide and direct the materials and use of the library for their own child. It touches on selection criteria. So again, we want a broad range of materials. A lot of times that means for us, we're focusing on popular fiction. We are striving to continue to grow our collection, but we also want to be responsive to the needs and interests of the community. I can tell you from our collection development right now, the policy that we're following, we are seeing about a 6% increase in circulation each year. So the materials we are buying, by and large, are getting checked out, and there is that increase each year. We're seeing more people have library cards, more people check out materials, following kind of our guidelines here. And that's something that I pay attention to with our collection development policy. I'm looking at, what do we need to adjust with our collection to make sure that we're growing, we're getting, again, more checkouts. Towards the end of this policy, it also does offer information about the collection maintenance. So we constantly look at maintaining our collection. So we're adding new materials, we're weeding worn materials, materials that's out of date, materials that are low circulating. Some of that stuff I touched on earlier is all kind of written into these policies that we do follow as far as adjusting and balancing our collection. And then it also, at the bottom, it does address our donation policy, where we do accept donations, but we don't necessarily indicate that if you give us something, it's going to end up on a shelf. Once you give it to us, it's ours to see fit what the best fit for that item is. That's just a quick overview of Policy 12. Did anybody have any specific questions on that?
So all of these adjustments have been made without needing to revise the policy so much, which would prevent it from having to go to the BOCC and go through all of that. This is just a simple in-house change that addresses the issues that many from the public.
Right. That's my understanding, that it doesn't require any change because we didn't change anything in there other than remove those links.
Okay.
So they don't link externally. Okay, and then policy.
So we have our own independent policy, right? Because it's going to be standalone now, not linking to nobody else's policy.
It does not link to the American Library Association through a hyperlink, but it still has that information there. Libraries of American Value, Library Bill of Rights, those things still exist in our policy, directly pulled from the American Library Association, but they're not externally linked.
So you're still following the ALA policy?
For those pieces, yes.
We do have other library associations. If we continue to have, a lot of feedback from the community about the ALA.
It would be my preference to continue down this path through the American Library Association points that they have outlined here. A lot of them are very generic in terms of they're just freedom to read. Everyone should have the right to read, things like that. There's not everyone should be able to use the library. Those sort of statements appear in these kind of documents. I think they're, for the most part, core elements of libraries, whether they come from the American Library Association or not. They're things that most people affirm are good core values of libraries.
Can we edit them and just make it our policy and update it so that it's our own policy and not anybody else's. That way there's no reference. Nobody's connected, and we have the same goal in mind in making material available to proper aged groups, right?
I think essentially that's what you did. The jeopardy would be is that there's only a certain, I mean, you'd have to make a certain amount of edits to get so far away that we would not be plagiarizing the ALA.
Yes.
So therefore, the link or the reference to the ALA is just simple a citation more than it is anything. There's no link. From what I have seen that you have done here, and reading over the previous policy as it were, that's essentially what has happened. It's basically just general language, but because the language is so articulate, it is cited, the credit is given to the ALA in just normal citation. So that's my understanding of this.
Yes.
Yeah, I just verified on my phone that indeed, it goes just to the. Now, of course, it's on the phone too, but, it just goes to the, actual verbiage, so, yay.
Okay, wonderful. Am I free to move on to 14?
Mhm.
Okay, so policy 14. This one is our, let me get the actual heading here, sorry. All right. Displays, exhibits, and bulletin boards. This one outlines all types of displays that we have within the library. I do want to bring up a couple things that we did with our book displays, because it does mention book displays in here. So all of our book displays go through a review process internally, just to give you kind of this complete background. So our staff come up with displays that they would like to have. They get reviewed by our managers and myself. We kind of sign off and say, okay, these displays make sense. We have enough books for these. They fit what we're trying to do. Then that list of book displays, like it did today, comes to you all to review. You get it about a quarter to 2 quarters ahead in most cases. So you'll see those book displays before they appear in our library. So if there is anything that you deem might be controversial, might be a flashpoint, you can let us know and say, okay, hey, what is this? We need more clarification. So we have that kind of extra step in this that goes beyond our policy. And the other thing, too, is we've cut down on the number of staff-led displays. A lot of them are these permanent displays that I put in place probably several months ago now, where we have our new books display, recently returned, mysteries, things like that. It's only a few displays now that are staff-led. A lot of them are promotional displays now, like C4Con has one coming up. But
how many of those displays are staff-led?
Up to 2.
Up to 2
Yep.
per library.
Per
correct?
library.
And they still must be approved by you, and we still get access to.
Absolutely, yes. I say up to 2 because a lot of times we will take one of the staff displays and promote Library Card Sign Up Month, Summer Reading, C4Con, so they don't get 2 in those instances. But we still want to give staff freedom to be creative and develop things, because that's one of the areas of the job they enjoy, being able to, to do those kind of displays. But we do vet them all through the process that we did today. All right, so with exhibits, so we do invite artists to display their work throughout the year. A lot of times it's tied to programs. We've had people like Gary Kuhl come out and put some of his work up. We partner with organizations like Deb Still Savage's Coping with Dementia. She's brought a dementia Alzheimer's display. I believe it's almost like famous faces that have gone through several stages. It's a very, very impactful display, but they're all staff initiated. It's not a free-for-all. We do make sure that they are staff initiated. They go through the management approval, and then myself, if there's any kind of displays in terms of exhibits. But it's usually artwork that we're mostly kind of working with at this point. And occasionally, like I said, community partners with like Deb Still Savage. I don't know if we'd class like displays for like drop-offs, but we do like partnership with Education Foundation to do their back-to-school drives. We do a shoe drive for 9/11. Those kind of things get displayed in our libraries. And that's kind of outlined here. And then bulletin boards is the last piece that comes with policy 14. So bulletin boards, we have bulletin boards at the library that some for our own promotion of our programs, but we also have like a community board. And on that community board, we set specific guidelines as to what can go on that board. All of it has to be pre-approved by staff. So you can't just stick something on our board if we see it and it's not signed off and approved by staff. As quickly as we see it, we take it down. It may stay up a day or two, but typically that's inadvertent. We don't know everybody's posting, all the time. If they stick something up there, we might not catch it right away. But when we do catch it, we pull it down. We limit the amount of the size of the bulletin display. It can't be more than 8.5 by 11. Some people try to bring, large full posters, but our bulletin board is only so big. So 8.5 by 11. We limit the length of time something can be up. And then we also make sure we monitor the type of ad. It can't be a political ad. It can't be, anything overly controversial. We always try to make sure that it benefits the community in those regards. So that's our policy 14 on displays, exhibits, and bulletin boards.
So just clarification, and for the sake of time, we have like 8 minutes. So all of this, the changes you made with regards to policy 12 and the changes in the way that we do displays with regards to policy 14, you made all of those decisions without going before county commission. That was a change that you made, and along with, I'm sure, input of your staff, and so that was voluntarily is what I'm getting at.
Correct, yeah. So those decisions as far as the number of displays we have, that's not typically something that would rise to the level of this board or the county commissioners. So yes, I did make those changes part of it was to make the process quicker, easier for us, but also to drive circulation a little bit more as well.
Okay. All right, we have 7 minutes. Any comment real quick before we go?
I still would like independent policy.
Okay. Are you making a motion?
Yes, motion for independent policy.
Can you detail that?
An independent policy of our own drafted for the Citrus County Libraries that does not reference any other association.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Lenore, second. All right. So now we have a motion. We have it's 6 minutes left. So we will go into public comment, just to be very clear. 12:30, it's shutting down. So this will have to roll into next meeting.
I just wanted to comment on the other policy.
Are you stating for or against the motion as it is?
I'm neutral on this motion, but actually
Okay, then
against
you cannot
it. I'm against
speak.
it. I'm against it. But
You're
I'm
against
I'm against
this
the
motion?
Yeah, because
Okay.
I don't think it's specific enough. I think it should be an actual policy. But I think on 14, that was the main issue, which is that we need to have a policy in place to stop the LGBT pride displays. They've been stopped. They were stopped in 2021. It was a decision that was made by staff to stop it, but they shouldn't have happened in the first place. And I think as a safeguard to the community, we need it in writing that there should not be, sexual orientation displays. The county commission voted 3-2 against it. There's been a change in the commission with the election. I think a majority would support a change now that we don't have these discussions again over and over again, and we just don't have a sexual orientation type of display, because I think that's the more important one, 14. So please, a motion to stop the LGBT, not to stop, but a motion to prohibit sexual orientation displays in the library. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else for or against the motion as it is on the table?
I'm against, but only for the same reason that John's against it. I think it just needs to be a little more specific. Maybe you could re-ask it. Anyway, I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. But,
It's okay.
So
It's all
that's
good.
it then. I'm not
Thank
going to
you.
waste any more time.
I can understand.
Diane Mon, I'm stating my position against because I felt it was vague and incoherent, and I have no idea what the motion was. Thank you.
All right, so we have 3 against. We need 3 for to continue on. Do we have anybody that wants to speak for? Seeing there are no speakers, okay. As the motion is presented, the motion is, and Member Clyde, would you just restate that motion as you mentioned it, to have our separate policy?
Yes, I motion to have a separate policy for the Citrus County Libraries that does not make reference to any outside organization.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say aye. Aye. All right, motion fails. 12:27. How did we do that? All right, so any board member updates? Anybody like to speak? Y'all good? You updated out? Okay. I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Done.
We need to vote.
Yeah, you more than welcome. Yeah, the adjourn only needs a.